Hey chat, it's your host and commander. This time I exist in the world of RuneScape, specifically old school RuneScape. This is something I've kind of wanted to do for a while. Is my YouTube channel actually never started as a vintage tech one. It started as a gaming channel, and it had random videos before. Realistically speaking, when I have bad days, I can usually play a game still. It's just that's kind of the limit. So I'm trying to get more comfortable with the idea of basically just live streaming more on the bad days because it helps. And, you know, on top of that, I have the move coming up. I'm 2 weeks basically out until, let me put the agility tracker up. I know the UI is small. Trying to configure RuneLite. You know, I suspect there's a scaling option. Can I scale or zoom? Camera zoom distance. Size? I am using RuneLite, so it's not completely... I think there's a RuneLite plugin for it. Hold on. Alright, you know, I'm not going to worry about it right now because I think we're basically just talking about it. I'll read it off as we get closer to levels, but realistically speaking, I'm 53 agility now. This is just a main account, nothing special. Hey, Not Geek 98. And honestly, I find agility probably the most tedious skill to train. Like, I really resisted. I played well, it was just RuneScape. It was RuneScape 2. I played it a bit as a kid. I don't think I ever got out of Lumbridge. I may have gone as far as Falador. But YouTube relatively recently started recommending me old school RuneScape videos, and honestly, some of this, it was what Dwarf Fortress was to me 10 years ago, because I used to be very active in that community, and it was enough to get me to roll a free-to-play account, and I basically grinded free-to-play for about 6 months, and I figured, okay, you know what, I'm going to buy membership, because to me, this is more interesting than, it's worth $10, let's put it like that. So when I was out in Oregon, the MacBook Pro's the Wi-Fi chip on this laptop I think is faulty. I think it's just quit sometime in the last year. But it's usually tethered. But currently in Oregon, I don't have a way to do that. So I really couldn't, like, do anything on the internet, and that was probably a good thing. But RuneScape actually worked. And I can also play this on my phone. So I did actually a lot of mining skilling. I went from like 40 mining to 70 in like the course of a week. And I did think about live streaming it, and I don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to is I grew up in the type of life where appearances always mattered more than actual substance. It didn't matter what you did, you just had to look right about how you did it. It's sort of a lot of how I can describe parts of my upbringing. I don't prescribe to that myself, but you don't completely get away from it. And I think part of me doing with this, it's good in its own right. Even if it's just realistic me. I mean, for me, realistically, my microphone is in front of me. This is my rubber duck. If the apartment was in better state, I could probably... I might do some more face cam in the future. I used to do it pretty regularly with my streams, but as of late, I really have not been in the mood. And the additional energy to make sure that, you know, I meet a minimum standard of presentable, because it's like, I'm not going to let good get in the way of, you know, perfect be the enemy of good. Alright, chat, I think that's 50 laps. Or, yep, that's 50 laps. Alright, let's see if we can actually make it to, So the counter is saying I'm going to do 49 laps an hour. So let's see if we can get to 100 laps. I believe I unlocked further agility courses, but I think I'm just going to stay at Faldor. I mean, my run energy's keeping up. I made sure to empty my inventory out. So, yeah. Like, I really do intend to do more amateur radio stuff, and the problem is that ham radio doesn't happen quickly, and I'm currently waiting on parts. I really have nothing I want to start as a vintage computing project, because it kind of sucks to do on the MacBook Pro. I'm limited to emulation there, and while Resolve actually works quite well, I have not been very happy with what I've put out. The 5 operating systems I was okay with, although I don't want to say I phoned it in with the editing, but I was rusty after a year of not doing it, and the final product, it shows. 51 laps. I've actually, one of the funny things about this is that this has surprisingly helped me start getting back into physical shape. I used to actually be in really good physical shape, after years of not being. The pandemic, it wasn't quite the beginning of the end of that, but 3 years being basically a recluse, I've found going outside since to be very hard. So this also helps because my neighborhood has become a lot less safe than it was in 2020 when I moved here. I used to feel safe walking out at night, and realistically, that's because there was no one there. I don't know. Like, at least with old school RuneScape or MMOs, like, I've usually avoided playing them in the past. I did play Kingdom of Loathing to an extent. But I played that game in hardcore. This is actually the first MMO I actually just spun up a normal account. I almost did a hardcore account with this, but, you know, it's like, I always play every flipping game on the hardest settings. It's like, I can enjoy something for what it is, and realistically, if I'm going to put a 90... The meme for RuneScape is 99 woodcutting isn't going to cut yourself. That's what I remember from a kid, and I presume it's true today as it is now. I don't know if Sad Mac's around. I don't think I've even been on Discord today. I am going to actually just... you know what? Maybe I'll leave the VOD up. Like, I always have mixed feelings about how YouTube does VODs. Like, Mixer... I want to say Mixer... When I was there, we had the VODs, but I don't think we kept them long term. I think we kept them for 24 hours. I'm pretty sure Twitch still works the same way. YouTube always saves the VOD because, let's be honest, it's the video sharing platform. And there are people who actually watch my VODs all the way through. This one I can't imagine as such. But based on some of the comments I get, I feel like there's an overlap with ASMR. I don't know, maybe I should do a 10-hour video of just running around in old school RuneScape, but let's just... I don't know. It may also be coming to the point that I already know that I'm going to have to do a secondary channel for KD2JRT, which is the amateur radio stuff. Largely just because I don't want... There's some stuff with amateur radio that if I actually try to, like, communicate with YouTube over it, I don't want that monetized. I can talk about amateur radio on a monetized video, and the FCC will not be upset with me. But if I were to, like, try and run a stream over an amateur radio link, then that would be entirely on a non-monetized channel. And then I could do a video on my main monetized thing talking about the other one. I mean, that's actually the entire point of amateur radio, is to experiment, to see what is actually possible. I don't know. Like I said, I've had a lot of ideas, but unfortunately, I seem to have lost a couple of parts that I need to do more radio stuff, and this shouldn't be news to me, but I really discover I really dislike coding. I've had to do a lot of it in my career, but and I learned it for fun a long time ago, but oh my god, it is one of the most grueling, soul-crushing things. Maybe I should do K and R SMR. No, I'm gonna put the tip. I didn't actually put the tip jar up. Like, I do a fair bit of gaming because, let's be honest, when you have trouble holding work and you have a laptop, what else is there? But at the very least, I can live stream. Like, I can talk with people, you know, help people be less alone. I mean, there's 16 people here right now. I know what loneliness is like. I mean, I've lived alone for a very long time, and I've had the pleasure and comfort to have also known what it's like to live with others and so forth, you know. I think a lot of it is that society in its modern day is like, think about it, like, even 30 years ago, you used to talk to people at work. When I entered the workforce very young, I entered the workforce at 16. Not everything was online. You'd sit down and, yeah. Honestly, I kind of wish I did get shit canned. That's really how I felt about, Mixer I actually have fond memories of. The pay was shit, to say the least, especially for what I was doing, but I got to play with a lot of really expensive equipment in a completely experimental manner. So, you know what? I'm going to call that fair trade. You don't get to YOLO an internet protocol very often, and for the experience, money can't replace that experience for me. Let me put it like that. And, I mean, realistically, one of the things that's kind of killed me about this YouTube channel is, while I've always liked vintage computing, I don't like owning stuff. And one of the big things of this channel is I ended up accumulating a lot of stuff. Because I would get things for a project, make a video of it, and then what? And this has sort of reached critical breaking point, especially in the light of move. I've managed to donate a good bit of stuff, and I really want to get to the point where I can have a somewhat more stable life and a more stable studio, but I also know how my life goes because I've lived my life a really long time. And ultimately speaking, you play the cards you're dealt, you don't play the cards you wish you had. So, that being what it is, I'm more of the mind to keep working on emulation, because realistically, while there is... The problem is there's a stigma against emulation in content creation. Like, in a lot of ways, emulation can be better than the real thing, says anyone who played Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 or anything with a warp mode, or Commodore anything. But if you look at videos at doing Commodore programming and emulation, you'll see 5 views. It's the expectation of what the field has become. Now, because my content deals more with the software side of it, the hardware is less relevant in a lot of cases. It's only relevant because the software I'm talking about runs on weird and unusual hardware. Well, I mean, ThinkPads have historically been one of my favorite ham radio laptops. I used a T400 to run the station at Circle of Hope. The Chromebook has actually worked really well because it's a lot lighter than a fair number of ThinkPads. And at that price point, it's literally disposable. Because it does... I did some debugging about the AX25 stuff. It is a time switch issue, and the protocol itself actually defines certain requirements. I might be able to change the Vox modes on the Yatsu to get it to work, but I also just do not care right now. Like, at this point, I could basically do what I want to do, which is I want the APRS beacon tied to car, the radio tied to the Prius's ignition, and the Raspberry Pi running either on a USB battery pack or more likely on a cigarette lighter. So when the Prius is running, the radio is running that. And then I would have a live stream probably running from the cloud to the main channel, tracking me as I go. And part of why I actually want to do this is to prove it's real. Because let's be honest, how much of the internet is just fake content? Like, I like to think there's some authenticity, and if I don't have to use a commercial service because, yay, I'm an amateur radio license holder, yay, like, I know I say this as I'm literally streaming on Google, and I realistically am going to start streaming on Twitch. I just have to work my soul up to doing so, because having... that one hurts. Like, that one actually hurts, especially considering how Mixer went. But I think it's probably right for my channel, especially if I'm going to be live streaming more. Plus, I don't like being completely tied to Google. Like, some competition is nice. Okay, oh, we're about to hit a level. 2 laps, according to the timer. You should be okay with Pokemon Disassembly. That one's actually pretty well tested in court. And Nintendo has not struck down any of them, but Nintendo... I say this as someone who grew up with Legend of Zelda, but Nintendo has a very toxic relationship with its fan base. I was going to use the term abuse, but I didn't want to devalue that word. But Nintendo really goes out of its way to show that it doesn't care about its customer. The customer is money. And in some ways, that's very refreshing. In other ways, I feel the same way about Nintendo as I feel about Disney. I've only been playing today for 22 minutes. I literally just started the stream up. If you're talking about how much of my soul RuneScape has eaten... this account has been playing for 11 days, 15 hours. It's largely been played... Part of it was like... there was nothing else I could do in Oregon. I was basically just waiting. Like I said, I've had help for the move, and I still have help now. But... it was basically getting all the ducks in a row to come out east to finish out what is closing out this chapter of my life. And I hate that I'm being vague about some of this, but I question... there are reasons why I'm being so. Plus, realistically, the internet doesn't need to know all the details of my personal life. Oh, no, there's the level up. That's 54. I would love to get to 70, but that's probably like 30 hours. If I really just wanted the outfit, I could have grinded out at Canifest much faster. Actually, you know what I would probably want to do? I'm not going to do it tonight, but if I'm going to do this more frequently, I'd use the herb patch here and just grow things while I'm in the area. Like, that's a really smart thing to do as an ultimate. But if I'm really going to be serious about streaming RuneScape on YouTube, I'd probably start a dedicated Iron Man or old school Iron Man. No, I know that it is an artifact of my upbringing that I'm trying to get past, but it's also being okay to talk about certain aspects of my life. Like, you know, I haven't had a particularly happy life. It has turned for the better in the last 2 years, but it's the type of thing that I feel like I should write so someone else can learn from my experiences, but it's also the fear of oversharing and such, or making a poorly worded statement that is going to come back and bite you. But, I mean, realistically, if someone is going to crawl through a random old school RuneScape stream to find a quote to assassinate me with, they would just make something up if they couldn't find it, and realistically, they'd probably just make something up in the first place. I mean, it's kind of like my give a dams have just kind of run out. I would love to see that. I used to live in Oregon years and years ago, and the main reason I'm less worried about like this is already the third time I've moved with this YouTube channel, and my quote unquote first channel, even though this is an older one, was literally me biking across the state of Florida. I mean, it just represents how my life goes, and what this YouTube channel ultimately is going to be is what my life is. Maybe not this channel in particular, because I've got to be honest, there is some part of me that's been debating rebranding it, but I've also used the handle N Commander for so long, it's like, do I really want to give up that part of myself? And I've been in this weird place with my channel for a while, and I think talking about it on stream at least kind of mentally helps with the deadlock. Because, like, you can hide who you are for all you want to the outside world. I mean, let's be honest, there's a lot of people that do, and without going into super deep themes here, like, there's an entire culture talking about coming out, and not just in terms of LGBT, but just in terms of in general stuff. And I think I'm just kind of done. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point, chat, so I'm just gonna stop. I have actually, I am actually considering doing a blog. I have Ends Life on the Patreon, but at this point, I don't have the mental bandwidth to really do it. I was basically posting one article per... It was about an article per week right up until I got back to New Jersey, and then the drive back knocked me off my feet, and I haven't quite recovered off that, so it's something I intend to get back to, but I have a personal goal of trying to at least write a novel this November, which, if nothing, you know, I don't know what that novel is going to be. It might literally just be a bunch of me talking about vintage Unix, but I want to do it just because I want to say I've done it. Even if I'm if I'm sitting here on YouTube, I'm more likely to get it done, because it's the idea that, you know, I don't exist in a void. Like, most of my professional work has been entirely remote. Most of my coworkers have been names on the screen. It starts becoming a problem when the internet becomes more real than reality, and this is, you know, when I'm live streaming and I'm talking, it makes it easier for me, especially because, you know, I'm up in the middle of the night. It's life of a chronic sleep disorder. I'm just babbling at this point. That is exactly what it is, National Novel Writing Month. I decided I'm going to do it this year. I have a personal and secondary goal of writing my actual life story. I don't know, but I crashed and burned a few YouTube channels before I got this one going. I don't want to crash and burn with my own story, because ultimately I am going to be the person that's going to write it. There's no other one person who will. And it's going to set the context I'm going to do with the later half of my life. Because I have a very specific goal of what I want to do by time I hit I would say 50 is the absolute latest, but realistically I want to do this by or shortly after 40. And it's going to involve amateur radio and a lot of driving. I think I've mentioned it on other streams, but I think I'm going to leave a little suspense here, because I think I'm going to be doing a lot more traveling in my life. I've always found the time I spent living out of a backpack to be extremely valuable. And I find that I'm happier with less. Like, obviously, I'm still, you know, it's not like I'm going to go full, like, live as monk on side of road. Like, that's not where I'm going, but a life where I basically live with a backpack, a laptop, and whatever I need to do projects, and maybe a space to make videos, if not necessarily to live in. Something about that really appeals to me, and maybe that's what my end game, my own personal life end game looks like. I also may have the opportunity to go back to college. I don't know if it does happen. It will probably be either mid 25 or early 26 at the soonest. And if I do that, then keeping the channel basically a low-key thing running in the background is exactly what I want. Like, in that case, I probably would be a lot less frequent with videos. It'd be a lot more live streams around my studies. Ooh, I made that fall, but it's just kind of what it is. No, I agree. I mean, here's the thing. Anything you can do in ham radio, you can find an off-the-shelf solution to buy it that will do it. Do I not have the XP? Oh, there's the XP orbs. I don't usually play this on a big monitor, so it's a little weird. I actually play on my phone a fair bit. Part of those 3 days was literally when I was just in the passenger side of the car, because you're tag teaming the driving. What I learned is that I could close my eyes and tap on the phone, and this actually helped really a lot, because I have historically never done well in the passenger side of a vehicle. I can do buses as long as I prepare for it, although it can be a little iffy. Past 12 hours, it really gets hard for me, and even 8, I have to think about it, but I have done it. In fact, I did a lot of that last summer. Like, going from Greece to Berlin by land, you are going to do a lot of bus travel, but you will see a lot of things. That was probably, especially given what Europe looks like right now, and the current flare-ups in the Balkans regions, I really do appreciate having seen it in person. Like, you really understand what the talking heads on the news are. It's like, it's real because I've seen it, and that was, I mean, that was a lot of why I visited. It wasn't quite why I visited Iraq, but it was a side effect of going, because it was no longer a name on a map. It was a place that was real and had people going, that existed there. Yeah, I've done Amtrak. I mean, I literally did the digital nomad thing for years. My time in Oregon the first time was actually as digital nomad. I was living with a coworker, actually. But that was just the circumstances I found myself in. And it would ultimately become a not-for-profit, but I was launching what would become my first business while I was living up in Alaska as a digital nomad. And when my time in Alaska came to its end, I moved back to New York, and that was the single biggest mistake of my life. It was a lot of small things that led up to a total disaster that nonetheless I forgot why I left in the first place. Yeah, if you can afford the time, I highly recommend Amtrak. I've done Empire Builder in sleepers back when I used to have like actual money. It's not, like I said, I'm okay on money right now. It's just I have to be pretty wise about how I spend it, because it doesn't always, it can get tight pretty quickly. I've done it in economy. I've gone as far as New York to Chicago. I've never done the whole shebang in the back of the bus. I would love to do the VS Super Canadian with the berths. I've done Montenegro to Montenegro to Belgrade on sleepers, and Budapest to Berlin on sleepers. I will say that I generally find American Rail to be more comfortable. It's just a lot slower. But you also have to take into part that the United States is effing massive. I mean, I'm from here, so ironically enough, Anchorage was cheaper. But like when you're from the area, it's kind of relative. Like, I don't know. I've been living on about roughly, it's not a lot. Like, I'm definitely living under the median average for this area, but it's something I'm fortunate enough to be able to do given the circumstances. I was only in Berlin. I was in Berlin for 2.5 weeks last year. I was at Chaos Camp very briefly, but there was for reasons that I'm not going to go on to on the stream, I ended up leaving very shortly after arriving. So after that, I basically, I ended up, like I said, there's parts of the story, this is why I need to write the whole thing down, because there's so much context that I need like a reference point that I can point to, because otherwise you're just hearing jumbled mess of words come out of mouth. And I don't want to miss... Yeah. Once I get out of Jersey City, and more specifically, I have a much clearer idea. At the end of 24, I'm going to have a much better idea of what my future is going to look like. Right now, I know what the next 6 months look like, but I have absolutely no idea what 25 is going to look like, because I'm waiting on things that are completely outside of my control. So there's nothing I can do but basically just strap in and wait. Yeah. I don't have any problems with staying in Germany. I would definitely be happy to do it. As an American without freedom of movement in the Schengen zone, I can stay 90 days out of 180. If I have a proved need to basically stay with anyone, freelancer visa is generally pretty easy to come by since I have an established business in the United States. But my YouTube income is split by sources. I would actually have to demonetize my channel and remonetize it to move the income over to my company. And I set the company up specifically on the offhand chance I had to prove income like this. So stuff like Patreon, Coffee, that all goes into an LLC that then pays me a salary, and that's how it works for me. Because as far as the government is concerned, I'm self-employed. Because Google technically pays me royalties for my likeness. That's the contracts YouTubers sign with Google to get money out of them. Because, I actually read the fine print. So, yeah. No, I would completely be willing to do that. I lived out of a backpack for literal years. I stayed in Oregon for 4 years. I was up in Alaska for over a year. I've spent enough times overseas in a single continuous stretch that I could do that without even blinking about it. Like, I would just get on a plane. I spent a few months, not in one single place. I did travel pretty consecutively, but I traveled a fair bit through Central America. I've been to Panama numerous times, Costa Rica. I have spent a lot of time in Canada, collectively. Canada... I don't think I have a year of consecutive time in total in Canada, but it's by far I've spent a lot of time north of the line. Enough that I keep an eye on Canadian politics just to get an idea of what's going on up there. And I really kind of appreciate it for what it is, especially compared to what American politics can be. But there's something... let me put it like this. Listening to the CBC is really fascinating because it's like listening to the alternate history where the American Revolution never happened. So there's that. All right. I believe Sears Village is the next major one I unlock, but like I'm pretty sure I've got like 10 hours of agility training ahead of me, even to that. And if I really want to go all the way to 99, like I think it's I forget 99 agility. It's like I think it's about an 80-hour grind, if I remember correctly. No, I think it's longer than that. It's one of the longest ones in the game, as far as singular skill grinds. Fishing has ways to do it faster. If you're not going to free tick fishing, I think fishing is the slowest skill, but agility is one of the most miserable ones, and there's no real good way to speed. Like, it's the sort of thing that both Ironmen and mains are going to have to suffer through if you want it, but once you've suffered through it, the quality of life is actually quite nice. The increased run being the absolute, like, your enjoyment as an ultimate, and I say this not having played an ultimate, but watching a disgusting amount of ultimate Iron Man content on YouTube, your happiness is going to be based off your agility. And I mean, it's kind of how I always take games like this. I always level up the secondary stats. You can tell that mine was a free-to-play account because you can tell that, like, I've got almost 60 crafting, but 11 fletching, because I only paid for membership relatively recently. So yeah, I think I'm just going to basically AFK my way. I've been basically AFK with trees all the way, 60 free farming. I did it basically with just allotments at first, and then I've just been doing fruit trees. But I am broke. Like, I told myself I was not going to buy a bond and sell it because I didn't want this to be a pay-to-win experience. It was the same reason why I played free-to-play for about 6 months. Because I didn't want it to be just another subscription service. But a lot for me because it's interactive. And hey, yeah, I just realized I haven't shown my character close up. I had rolled it as male, but I went and changed it at one point. So, and I think I mean, like you said, this is, you know, you don't have to share all aspects of yourself with the internet, but, you know, how you choose to appear in a video game, you know, it may or may not say a lot about you as a person. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, do we pretend that we are an idolized version of ourselves? Are we role-playing a fictional character of ourselves? I mean, my general impression is that most people who play in MMOGs, they seem to be really... let me rephrase that. Most people I've met on the internet seem to be really similar from how they are in real life to how they are on the internet. But there's a lot of things you can sometimes not tell about a person until you've met them in real life. I have some chronic sleep issues, which really makes it harder. But what I've really been making a point is I have done long-distance cycling for a long time. Like, I have successfully biked from New York City to... gone from New York City to Boston on a bicycle. And here to the Niagara-Canadian border. And, well, I guess at this point I have actually done the whole thing. I just did it as 2 separate trips. So I'm not in complete nothing shape. I have the muscle memory. The problem is that when I'm not training for a tour, I have a problem. The flab is real. So what I started doing is I keep a dumbbell actually next to my desk. And this has resulted in me starting to have actual flipping muscle on my arms. And I mentioned in my other stream that I sometimes do play poker. If I ever play poker on this channel, I kind of said I wasn't going to do it, and I probably won't, but what I do is I started doing squats regularly, and my God, my legs have become the most... They're not solid muscle yet, but they're getting there. Like, and it really has made a lot of the moving easier because it doesn't matter now because I'm literally going to be gone in a week. I live in a walk-up, so I've been having to move heavy things downstairs to get rid of them because most of the furniture is being yeeted. So it's been just a huge difference. Yeah. I don't know. Whether it is trans or not, I mean, I don't know. It's just how I chose to portray, because, like I said, I had started with a male character. It's the only thing I changed, and honestly, I actually did get a haircut, so my hair is quite a bit shorter than it used to be, because I have this bad tendency to tie it up right out of the shower, and it really kind of damaged it, so I had to lop almost a full foot of it off, and I've lost almost a year of growth on it. But it's a lot nicer, a lot cleaner than it was, and I feel a lot less self-conscious than I did. It's just, I've always found going for haircuts to be pretty traumatic. I used to shave my head because it was better than living with a bad haircut, and I don't actually mind how I look with a shaved head. But as part of the pandemic, I let it grow out. I used to have long hair in high school. I used to have a mullet, but that's a story for a different day. No, okay, fair enough. It's just an idle thought. Like, I don't know even... Like, chat, you're kind of just hearing the uncensored back of my brain. And... I don't know. I was like, I've been dealing with trying to get through my own stuff, and it's like... One of the biggest things I've always learned is you can always change your mind. Like, just because you've said something, you're not committed until you've actually done it or you've taken action to it, but I do try and make a point of not thinking without speaking. The problem is that this puts a lot of taxing mental energy on me. Like, if you're always being guarded with your words, you're both A, not being authentic, and B, you know... It's hard for me to describe. I was like, let me see if I can actually collect the thoughts of what I'm trying to say. We all try and appear as something to society, and who that is, the person that we try to appear as, may or may not be the same as who we want to be. For some of us, we want to be the character in the game who could be strong enough to run over rooftops. I don't know if that's a superpower I actually want, because I know for a fact I hate heights. I hate ladders. It's part of why I almost failed out as a firefighter. I really despise heights. I can deal with it to an extent, but I never got happy joy with them. Maybe with more exposure I would have. I don't know, I mean, I'm surprised how many people are actually watching. Alright, so back to that. I think Sears Village is the next thing that opens up, if I remember correctly. Just want to see if we get... is there anything at 55? I tried Wilderness earlier, and it was bad. It was really bad. I'm basically assuming for Wilderness to work, I would need to be on a high skill account, because there's too many people that camp it, but most PKers don't have fully skilled up accounts. So I'm assuming you could probably make Wilderness Agility quite profitable if you had the high skill level. Like, I need another 200 total level to do that, and I could grind that out. I mean, I've got a couple of real low-hanging fruits to level up. I could definitely do Into the Abyss for rune crafting. Prayer, I could literally buy Prayer. If not, I would just need to realistically, I'll get Dragon Bones as part of Slayer, and Slayer is a pretty slow skill. One of my big reasons I want to level up smithing is I want to be able to smith my own mithril bolts. Because that seems like a really cost-effective way to do the entire grind. I know bone crossbows are a fan favorite, but if you can smith your own mithril bolts, it seems like, and at this point I can also do armament. I just have to get the fletching level, which is really just time more than anything else. Yeah. No, Wilderness Agility just got an overhaul. They now have the ticket system, so for every lap you complete on the Wilderness Agility course, you get a ticket. And you can cash this in for loot, mithril. You basically pay a fee to go in now, or you can choose to pay a fee. If you pay a fee, you get loot with each lap, starting with mithril grade and going up for 20 to 30. Every time you log out, you lose lap count. So you're encouraged to basically accumulate loot as much as you can. Jagex has really been doing a lot in the wilderness as of late. I actually enjoyed the wilderness a lot on free-to-play, and I've done some Wildy Slayer because I have a lot of junk gear in my bank just from the sheer amount of time just because I've been playing, you end up with it. So as long as you're reasonably skilled and like Prayer Flick, like I might try for a Fire Cape. I would probably have to get my skills to the 70s before I'd even try it, and prayer would be the biggest one I'd have to get up, but I could almost certainly, it would be interesting to try it. Yeah. I think I tried going to Wintertop, but I hadn't even done Druidic rituals. I've really been trying to avoid doing guides. There's nothing more soul-crushing than doing a quest with a guide in any game. Well, the problem is that with this game in particular, every quest in old school RuneScape is a goddamn fetch quest or getting someone drunk. Literally, like, I think about, like, 3/4 of the quest in this game is literally getting someone drunk. Alright. 84. I'm going to do squats when I hit 100. And then I'm going to take a brief break, and then we're going to see how far I can go. Like, if I could get all the way to 70 agility, it would be amazing for this account. Because the honest truth is, I don't know when I'm going to get back to doing computer stuff. Well, I mean, let's be honest. That's how it works, though. You go to the Grand Exchange, you buy your Dragon Bones, and then you go to the Wilderness Altar to use them. If you get PK'd, then Jagex demands that you pay more money for your prayer XP. Or you can do it the way you're supposed to, which is kill enemies, sanctify the remains, and in about 3 years, you'll have enough prayer experience to reach 99. I mean, let's be honest. RuneScape was the inspiration for... RuneScape Gold was basically the original digital cash. My God. I remember it at its peak. I wasn't playing the game, but there was, like, so many stories on the old Slashdot that said, about real-world trading, Jagex, and money laundering with RuneScape. Oh, yeah, look, a world that might get me demonetized. Well, I was thinking of Iron Man, to be honest. Like, who plays RuneScape to be social? You play RuneScape to be locked in your room and not talk to anyone for hours at end. And I can say this being on a world of 1,000 people and not seeing anyone. Although, actually, right now I'm on a British server which has low population count. Because I like to be entirely alone while playing a massively online multiplayer game. I have actually set up a private server of some MMOs. One of my very first vintage computer anything, I was 16, and I was an administrator on Castle Infinity, which was a Starwave MMOG. I had the very badass title of Architect of Infinity, and it's kind of gone downhill from there. Like, really, like, where do you go from there? I've actually had quite a few good experiences at the GE. Free-to-play woodcutting at Draenor, I've had some good social experiences. But, you know, my biggest concern is I feel like the last few times I've talked to people on RuneScape, I really feel like I'm talking to ChatGPT in disguise. Unless I'm a fishing trawler. At that point, I know I'm dealing with other humans, because there's no living human that loves actually playing fishing trawler. I'm actually doing squats at my desk right now. It's like, screw it. I can also level up in real life. I'm actually about to I'm about to get a level right now. What I was doing for a while is I was logging off in Faldor with a pickaxe in my inventory. So I would basically just get in, do my farm run, and I haven't done my farm run in a while, and I don't pay for protection of my trees, so that's probably going to be a really expensive bunch of ewes. But I think I might just have to level up thieving. Like, if I go all the way to 99 thieving, I can have... Yep, there it is. Like, thieving supposedly goes fast, and if I basically just live at Master Farmers, especially if I get... 75 farming would probably do it. I think that unlocks the Master Farmer at the guild. It would basically make the farming grind free. I just would have to actually put the time in. But I hate thieving. Oh my god, it's probably... Of all the skills I tried as a member, because I never had membership as a kid, thieving is probably the one I... Well, I haven't actually done Hunter yet, because I've been lazy. I'm still one Hunter. So, let's see. Yeah. I don't hate my hands that much. For me, old school RuneScape is the ultimate chillax game, and like if I end up doing this more regularly, because I gotta be honest, I feel a lot better having live streamed. Like, I'll take a 20 viewer stream over not live streaming, because what I'm thinking I want to do next is I think about sitting on the pie and doing programming, and my brain just does not want to do it. I need to get down the other side of this move. Like, it's just completely killing me. What I'll probably do is I'll just unlist this stream, and I'll probably just... Like, my concern is that if I put out too many streams that are off topic, people will stop tuning in, but I guess when that happens, I know that happens, and I have to get back to my core audience. I mean, man, I hate having to think about these things, but it's sort of how it goes. Alright, 28 laps to the next goal. Like, I don't know, I always find the fact that, I mean, I know I'm playing with RuneLite right now, and I really, is there a way to make the sidebar go? Yep, there we go. I can make the sidebar go away. Alright. Oh, nah, you can go away. I don't want to play with Flippa. Go away. Oh, you can't reach my tile. Come on, random event. Leave me alone. Okay, hold on. I mean, that used to be how they used to detect botters back in the day. Because, my god, you look at, like, if I was ever to do a like, I wanted to do a video on some of, like, the preservation of MMOs, like how RuneScape Classic exists only through private servers these days, and one of those private servers, because it is such a notoriously grindy thing, the original RuneScape, that they explicitly allow botting because it is that bad. But I mean, the original RuneScape was also PvP anywhere, so the ability to getting rune armor should not be easy. Yeah, we're on a Mac. This is my MacBook Pro. I might do a video on that. I really need to start diversifying my content. I have not been happy with what I've been putting out. I've also felt like I've been stuck in sort of a pigeonhole for the last year. Pinball set an expectation and tone for my channel that I never really managed to get past, and that's partially my own problem because I was caring too much about skills and analytics for reasons. I mean, let's be... my YouTube channel was the first thing that had gone right in my life in quite a while, and there was a lot of pressure to keep it as that one thing, and it really led to its own form of burnout because it kind of became this own self-fulfilling loop. So I'm hoping once I'm in Oregon, I'm going to be able to turn a fresh page for myself, both for the channel and not. I just don't know what sort of content it's going to be, but having the desktop available again will be much easier because doing everything on the MacBook Pro sucks. The problem is that, well, the new place actually is... I actually have more floor space than what I do. I still have to set it up. And, again, I don't know how long I'm actually going to be in Oregon for. I do want to check out some of the hacker spaces once I'm out there. So, there's that. I don't know. Well, we're 1 hour of agility training down. And as I say that, we fall down. Yeah, I mean, it's just a good feeling, because every time I level up, I don't have to think about it, I don't have to click excessively. Like, this game can cause RSI. I've had that problem. I have real RSI problems in my right wrist, and given how much time I spend on the computer per day, I really have to be careful. Like, when I have to... there are times where I do have to brace up. So, this being relatively low intensity, like, I don't have to move the mouse much, is really a godsend. Alright, 93. Well, getting to 100 is going to feel good. It does. Oh god, that sounds a nightmare. I never played Classic. That, Catherine, I think you just caused RSI on my wrist with that. Thank you. Like, I literally just felt my wrist just go... You know, one of my biggest concerns is I've been watching the state of the world for the last few years, and one of my biggest reasons I want to get back into amateur radio is I really worry that we're getting to a point that we're going to see the idea that we end up in a world where the internet stops existing and, you know, we reach that level of social disruption. I mean, it's already happening in a lot of places in Africa and even in Europe. And as someone who has ended up as a somewhat in the digital life of a digital nomad, for better or worse, like, in some ways I've had a lot of fortune in my life, in a lot of ways I haven't. And it's hard to talk about that because, you know, it always seems like to be a dick thing to say I have X because, you know, I just had better circumstances. But, you know, on the flip side is, you know, I like to think I've done something with those circumstances. You know, I like to think I've lived a good life, and I like to think I've helped others. I'm not looking at chat at the moment. I'm just kind of staring at the screen and staring into my soul at the same time. I mean, we live in an era where the truth has become malleable. I mean, I was rummaging on this the previous night about 1984. I mean, we saw this in COVID. I mean, there's a large portion of not even Americans, but just a large portion of fellow human beings that just reject reality as they see fit. I mean, look at the number of pro-Russian things that you hear on the internet, but that's the thing. You hear it on the internet. Are these real humans? Is this amplification? Like, in theory, there's 330... when I looked at it, there was about 340 people on this world. There's one other person here on rooftops with me. They're on the other side of the lap, but I have seen them. See if I zoom out. We'll probably see them come around the other side, unless they just left. But is that another human, or is that simply a bot? And at what point does it stop mattering? I mean, you know, when we live in a life that everything is a screen, that we interact with a screen, we interact with a machine. I mean, hell, you go to McDonald's these days, you don't even talk to a human being. You put your card in a machine and food comes out at the counter. I mean, again, I mean, being a YouTuber means you're working for a machine, the whims of the algorithm. There's no human that decides if I succeed or fail. It's entirely AI algorithms designed to extract ad money for Google that I get a part of. Chat, is my cynicism showing? No, it's... I was thinking of pro-Russia propaganda. Sorry, I've been watching a fair bit of coverage on Ukraine as of late. And so every once in a while, I get this really... You get some weird shit from the algorithm. But basically, people that, you know, it's the doom... You know, the constant doomsayers. You know... Especially, it's less prevalent at the moment, but it was basically the ones, you know, it's hearing like, you know... Sorry, I'm not making a lot of sense tonight, chat. It's part of why I feel like I have to write a book, because I need to get my thoughts in order. I mean, let me put it down into a different way. On the day, you know, modern society is built around the transmission of information. Realistically speaking, the things that we know in our day-to-day lives are very limited. It's what you hear on the internet, it's what you read in the newspaper. But how much of that is true versus false? I mean, you can read some, you know, are you hearing someone else's words? Are you hearing someone else's spin? And this is something that's existed for a very long time, but it's like it's like it's like we have the greatest tool of communication that's ever existed in the history of our planet, and yet we seem to be more apart and divided than ever. Maybe it's just learning that everyone else in the world are kind of assholes. Because God knows, like, I see things on the news, you know, I see how fellow man treats himself with alarming regularity in such horrible ways, and you find it depressing, especially because when you find it far too relatable. Well, I mean, I think it's part of why there's people that quite literally consign themselves to living in an MMO. I mean, let's be honest. The ones that... I mean, China recognizes the idea of internet addiction. I even remember seeing it to some extent when I was there. There were warnings in a lot of the internet cafes posted there. I couldn't read Chinese, but the gist of it was clear just from the imagery. Realistically speaking, you know, there are people... How many people play, you know... I hate to go back to poker, but poker has been around for a couple hundred years. I mean, I think it's 200 years at this point. It's a game that you can actually learn to win. Statistically, a pro poker player can win about 50... I think it's between 52 and 55% of the time. So that small difference means it is actually possible to play poker and win. It is a game of skill. But then that becomes someone's entire life, is literally just playing cards. And I don't think I have the inherent right to judge how someone else lives their life. But I do question how many people just start playing RuneScape because it's preferable to what reality has become in all ways, and their life exists in a way that can support that. I mean, realistically speaking, a basic food, internet connection, and not else isn't all that expensive. And I mean, if we even go into the classics of literature, Fahrenheit 451, oh, the wife, what was her name? The main, in Fahrenheit 451, the main character is a firefighter whose job is to burn books. That's actually what the title of the book is for. Paper burns at a temperature of Fahrenheit 451. And what happens is the main character... Oh, for the life of me, I can't remember his name. Yeah, I gotta look that up. Guy Montag. Guy Montag. He starts the question on why they are burning books. What is the point of all this? And in the society that's shown in the world of Fahrenheit 451, everything exists as a vapid, safe world. Bad ideas are essentially outlawed. It's, in some ways, it's sort of like how the world of Brave New World could have been created. If you want to think about that as a horrible prequel, be my guest. I live in this, you know. And the character of Mildred, that's the main character's wife, has always stuck to me. Because she lives in a world where her room is 4 interactive screens around her. And she interacts with her neighbors and friends in a world that is completely fictional and detached from reality. And actively resists efforts to leave it. Guy Montag, meanwhile, begins to find a academic who had survived from the old world, who had studied literature. And he eventually culminates in him eventually learning to... he knew how to read, but learning to steal books for what it is. And it comes down to a showdown between him and his fire chief, who was, at this point, then revealed to be a great reader, and essentially decide that... To essentially summarize, the idea of thinking is wrong just to accept life for what it is with no deeper meaning, and to destroy information so others need not to suffer. And this ultimately culminates in the society, which is implied to be the United States, essentially getting bombed to death, which is applied to be the Soviet Union. And Guy survives this, as does a small order of what could probably be described as monks who have taken to preserving knowledge by memorizing books, a practice actually done by some religious orders. So, yeah. That's Fahrenheit 451 with your host and commander. I mean, Experience Machine's not a bad way to describe it. I mean, ultimately, humans like seeing numbers go up. I think that's a pretty base trait among the species. And RuneScape is something that the line always goes up. You can't lose in playing RuneScape. At least not on the surface. Realistically, every action you take in the game rewards you. You click on this, there goes the little experience drop right there. It's not that dissimilar to winning a big hand in and then certain activities will give you big drops, and dopamine gets you going, and then you get hooked. If you subscribe to the notion that video games are addictive, I let the viewer make their own choices. I can't be a parent to the world, so I'm going to assume the people watching are going to game responsibly. But, if your life is as painful that you have to find refuge in a video game, I hope you have a good gaming session, and I hope things get better soon, because I have been there. I'm arguably there right now, just because tonight is a pain. Hey, we actually passed 100 laps. I didn't realize it. 103 laps. I mean, it comes down to what you want in life. Let's be honest. There are some people that take their job as a paycheck, and their passion is playing the violin in their garage, even if they're the most atrocious violin player in the world. I have known quite a few people like that, actually, in my life. It comes from the same sort of mindset, people that they don't have money to travel, so they'll hop a freight train. I mean, I knew quite a few people who did that. I never did that myself. I prefer being alive. But my God, you can find videos of people that do it on YouTube, and that is a thing you do if you have a death wish or absolutely do not care. So I completely understand how some people choose it, because for some people you have to live just in for myself, even myself, I could not see a future for myself, so I decided to try and do what I could in the present, and this is how you end up living in Alaska. Look at those muscles grow. Although technically it's agility, not strength. I mean, I've hitchhiked. I've ridden on bicycle. I've hitchhiked plenty of times in my life. I've ridden on bicycle between towns. You'd be shocked at what you could do if you're really fucking determined to do it. What stops people from doing stuff oftentimes would be fear of the unknown. And for those, a lot of people, the reason they get stuck in a bad environment, it doesn't even have to be an abusive one. Like, one where everything is okay, but not good. What stops people from trying to pursue better is either the fear of the unknown or the fear that they could lose of what they have. And those aren't necessarily unreasonable fears, but I mean, I know people that will spend a minimum of like 5 figures to do a short vacation overseas, while in truth, in Central America, I don't think I quite was living on $1,000 a month, but it was pretty damn close to it. And I've actually in the years since, I've gotten to the point that I can live off about 1,200 in US, and that's complete if I'm completely by myself with no external help. If I'm with someone else, the costs go down dramatically, but it really is a lot of learning how to cook, how to maintain your own stuff, and really not spending, living life and not just buying something for the sake of buying something. God knows there's a lot of frivolous purchases that I'm coming to terms with in my apartment. Like, it's something like I would simply buy something on Amazon for the sake of doing a project and then never do the project. But I would buy it because I didn't want to get stuck waiting for it down the line, and then it just kind of all snowballed. It was... How I've been living here is not a great way to live, and I really appreciate this move helping me put focus on that. Yeah. I did, and to a little bit of an extent, still have a goal of visiting every country in the world, but if I was to go to Mauritania, it would only be to go passing through to somewhere else, but the Sahel at the moment is just an unhappy. Like, let's be honest, the Middle East is... We're basically... I am watching what's happening in the Middle East, and it's going to get a lot uglier than not. We're not even seeing or hearing anything about the current destabilization of Sudan in the mainstream news. Like, I pay attention to conflict news, which is a good idea of getting an idea of where the world is going. And while I'm feeling a little bit better about the domestic home front here in the U.S., I still don't have a happy about how the world as a whole is going. Alright, I need to have some tea here. I would really love to get 60 agility. Like, I would love to get, like, most of my stats up to the 70s. I do definitely want to do a massive... I want to do definitely more mining, and honestly, depending on how... I may just live stream until I can't sleep anymore, which means maybe when I finally get bored of agility, we'll go to Motherlode Mine. 70 mining means I now get adamant, and I've been banking all my ores. Like, Motherlode Mine is not amazing for XP, but if I just smith and either sell or high out the literal everything I'm going to get from it, that is going to be an outstanding amount of gold, and that's going to keep me basically set throughout the rest of the lifespan of this account. And it's a type of grind that I kind of enjoy. Like, I don't think I can get rune stuff from Motherlode Mine, but I don't think it matters either. Because ultimately, if I basically just get the everything from Motherlode Mine, smith it, high alch it, and then literally get to the point that I can smith runite, I can just profit from my smithing. Because relatively few players actually have the high smithing level, so they'll just yeet the stuff on the Grand Exchange, so you can actually get it quite a bit cheaper. Enjoy the experience drops. I've been in a rough place for the last few years, and it's definitely just been, it's starting to really show. Just because now that I'm getting out of it, I've been looking about where I've been, and it's like, how did I end up here? Well, the thing is that I can do this completely AFK. It's why I really appreciate the secondary skills, because even if you're doing Tomes of Damascus, you're still just going to get the rune ore. It's going to accumulate in your bank. You know, you can then just smith it and sell it, or turn it into ammo. I mean, let's be honest. Rune ammo is, I think it's a plus. I think it's plus 30. Like, if you, especially if you jewel encrust it, that will shred basically anything in this game. And when you have the ability to make it yourself, it's free. And the faster you kill things in RuneScape, the faster you can do something else. Because RuneScape is the ultimate grind simulator. I mean... Or you can play RuneScape free and then just pay microtransactions so you don't have to pay for the grind. I mean, that's real. That really is what RuneScape free is. Because apparently what the meta is in RS3 is maxing is about halfway of the account life. And maybe if I ever get a quest cape, because... I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I have a few other games that I've been playing. I've been working on a Factorio save for a while, and when Space Age drops, which is October 12th, yeah, I'm going to be playing that on stream. I don't care. I'll play all 60 hours of it live. I mean, I played Space Exploration for a while. It's just, the grind got a little bit too much in that mod pack. I love the idea of it. The implementation kind of sucked. Largely because circuits are so flipping tedious to do anything with. They're really awesome when they work. But circuits lose their memory settings when you get low power, which causes weird issues of memory cells, especially if you're not great with power management like I am. I have a bad tendency to brown out my bases. How many marks of grace have I gone today? Hey, 14. I forget how many I need for full graceful. You need a fair bit of them. I think it's 240. Because I know that's the prize for agility training. I don't... The idea of paying microtransactions to just skip the game irks me so badly. But I also completely understand why they exist. I mean, let's be honest. Jagex was one of the very first companies that actually did that. I've always... and honestly, I am unwilling to give Activision Blizzard my money. I used to really like StarCraft. I do own StarCraft 2 and the expansions for the plot, because StarCraft probably had one of the best lores of damn near anything I played in the 90s. Like, that manual was a work of art. But to hell with Blizzard. And I mean, no, there are people that have to play RuneScape 3, because there are Iron Man RuneScape 3 accounts. Unless you are allowed to MTX Iron Man on RS3, in which case, what's the effing point? Wait, hold on. I actually do enjoy the quests in this game. Like, it's not all grind for me. Granted, I haven't played them before, and I recognize that this game... Look, this game does not take itself seriously, and I greatly appreciate it. Because I like my cheap medieval fantasy, and unlike Dwarf Fortress, I don't need a doctorate to play the damn game. Because, like... I played Dwarf Fortress before it was on Steam, and I remember having to create contraptions to work around the bugs in the game. So things like Mark Dwarf training actually work the way you'd expect it. Okay, well, it's good to know that that's disabled. Like, I figured, as someone who doesn't really play MMOGs, like, old school RuneScape appealed to me because A, I was a kid. B, what got me into it was I actually watched Settle's Mauritania series, Swampletics, and honestly, the fact that he grinded that entire account back, I really found that incredibly inspirational. And that was kind of what got me to do it, to start playing. Did I see an item dropped on there? Or was I imagining that? Okay, apparently I was imagining that. I thought there was an item being dropped over here. Because I saw pink text. You know, let's switch some music. Let's, this is one of my favorite tracks in the game that I've heard so far. Because I feel like this is... Mines of Candozel was probably one of my... it's honestly one of my favorite areas of the game I've been to thus far. I just love the ambience. The skilling is garbage. Although, obviously, it's just an AFK area for free-to-play players. That's kind of my take on it. Like, if I'm going to do RuneScape 3, I would do it for the story. And if I'm going to do it for the story, I am less inclined to, like, I could see myself doing microtransactions because, let's be honest, RuneScape is a way of life. And I am fortunate enough to have, like, money is not a huge concern for me most of the time. It is, like, long-term it is, but, like, throwing $5 here and there does not adversely affect my life all that much. Like, I have that freedom, which is really nice. I know a lot of people don't. I think for me, there's... Like, I know a lot, like, one of the big memories I remember is having major social interaction playing Kingdom of Loathing. Because Kingdom of Loathing ran on an adventure system. You could only do so much per day. So, if you love min-maxing, that is an incredible game for it. But it's also Spreadsheet Simulator. It's not Eve, but it can be like that, especially if you speedrun the game, which is what I was... I was on the leaderboards for Bad Moon, so that gives you an idea of how I was playing it. Hey, 56 agility. I don't know. It's like, I think one of the biggest things that comes down to it is like, when was the last time, for me personally, like, when was the last time I played a game without a guide? And funny enough, there's actually a YouTube series called Unguided, which is someone who's actually taking on RuneScape without a guide, which I really have to appreciate is bravery, because this is not an intuitive game, especially old school, which has a lot of what can best be described as pure jank in places. I don't know, it's... I like to think that I'm a good person, that I try and make the world a better place, but am I just perpetuating a cycle by sitting here in my chair? Like, or am I just being existential right now? 'Cause, 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 So 32 laps. So it's going to take us about 40 minutes to reach the goal. Let me turn, you know. So it probably is about 5 hours to 60 agility. I guess when it comes, you know, one of those thoughts I have is one of the biggest issues I have with playing Minecraft is it always feels like there's only one right way to play Minecraft, which is like upgrade your tools, build something, and then what? But when I play Minecraft, at least on single player, modded is different, but I feel like, okay, I've done a lot of work to basically save myself a grind. I've built a farm to save myself from having to play the game. I mean, that's a lot of how Minecraft feels to me. And that being said, I'd be inclined to do a long mod pack on stream. Like, I've had my eye on a couple of 112 mod packs. I actually played Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles basically to the end. I didn't quite get to vending, but I got far enough in a pack that was... It had some issues with its end game. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, you know, Fahrenheit 451 basically... It says that, you know, if you're going, you know, one should go out and live life. I mean, that's the basic idea of the novel, that just vapid experiences can't replace reality. But, I mean, the flip side is if you think of Mildred Molotov, it's like, do you have a right to judge someone else's, you know, to judge someone like that? Like, I deal with some pretty severe health issues. There are days where I simply cannot get up when the sun is out. I'm up more often at 3 a.m. than I am at 3 p.m. to the point that it impairs my ability to work. And, you know, if I didn't have the ability to work in tech, and let's be honest, not everyone does, my life would not look very different than that. And does that mean my life is valid simply because I have a skill that I can exploit? Or is it... You know, it's like, it's sort of stuff like that that's been in my mind, but ultimately speaking, you live your own life. Who else is to set the standard for you? I'm on the same tick as this one guy. Let's see how long we actually stay here. Because I'm literally on the same space as someone else. These are the things you do when you've literally just been running around the same circle for 2 hours, which is what we're doing. I could have actually grown herbs twice over, but I just don't have the seeds. But there's nothing I hate more than just menuing at the GE. Like, that is, like, my least favorite thing of this game. Because, you know, if you're just going to go to the GE for everything, then why play the game? I mean, there are people that, you know, like with Iron Man who play completely restricted. Like, yeah, sure. If you're going to have just a main account that is going to do nothing than farm runs. Because, realistically, it's not that hard to play 2 RuneScape accounts at once. Especially if you're just going to do farm runs. Sorry, I am actually... Alright, you know, let's change the music. Let's just hit random. And then... Actually, you know what? I just remembered I have fresh fruit, so I think I'm gonna go grab some. Yeah, I'm gonna stretch. I'll be back in a few minutes. I wish I had something in my inventory that took a while. Like, if I had the components to fletch, I would. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. And I had some chocolate, so... I really shouldn't, but you know what? Endorphins are good. Oh, like, I'm just, like, right in the... I have the right mix of endorphins right now. Like, I'm just kind of in a good place. This guy's been here for a while. So I have dark chocolate. Okay. So the best way to enjoy dark chocolate, I always find, is to let it melt in your mouth. And just let the bitterness embrace you. Because, you know, with sweet chocolates, you just kind of want to eat it. With dark chocolate, I always want to just taste the flavor of the cocoa. Like, this is just a satisfying moment. Playing RuneScape, chatting on stream, and eating chocolate. It's Little chocolate, because we have Littles here in New Jersey. Hershey's is over, well, let's be honest, the cocoa tray as a whole has problems, but what doesn't? But a Hershey's just tastes like... I'm not convinced there's still chocolate in it. They put so much sugar. Like, you can really taste the difference if you're familiar with Kinder Eggs or Kinder Chocolates in Europe. And then you taste them to Hershey's that we have here. The Hershey's are very sweet and have a very low melting point. So they basically just disintegrate in your mouth. It's very, you know, it's like very cheap tasting, for I find, at least in the current year. I'm not much of a vodka person. I had a friend who drank a fair bit, who was a real vodka, was a vodka girl. But for me, I don't drink as a general rule. If I'm really going to drink, I prefer wine, and usually I'm a fan of rosés, hard liquor. You know what? Whiskeys are not bad. Last Christmas, I was enjoying this really amazing maple and fruit fused whiskey. I had a thumb or two at the end of the year. So you're standing in ice cold conditions, having a shot of whiskey, and it's just happy. Please drink responsibly if you do drink. I had a coworker from Germany who really got me into it. He would buy the really effing expensive stuff. He would buy the 1 and 2 helix like stuff, like the stuff that I would have trouble justifying that type of money on. Like, the idea of spending $500, $600 on a bottle of booze hurts my brain. Very smooth, though. So, I actually have an Irish pub story. I was living in Portland, Oregon when this happened, and this is relevant. It was a conference in Dublin. And the first thing you know about Dublin is it's the very center of the city. And it says a lot about the place is the Temple Bar District. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's literally an entire district of bars that to many would look like a temple to drinking. So I went out on a pub chug, and the first place they go is this microbrewery place where they have microbreweries of the world. And the first one they give us is from Portland, Oregon. It was, in fact, the same brewery that I live down the road from. And it's like, God damn it. I flew halfway around the world to drink the local shill. And it tasted exactly the same as it did there. It's like, it's like we have Ireland at home, and the Ireland at home is just an actual Guinness. That was kind of my feeling at it, like right at that moment. It's like I could have a more authentic Irish experience by opening a Guinness in my refrigerator, except Guinness is not considered an Irish beer anymore. That was one of the big things I learned about that trip. I mean, let's be honest, drinking's been a part of human society since before writing. I mean, even the Torah has references to alcohol. And realistically, the move towards temperance only really got traction in the last 1 to 2 centuries. I mean, we had prohibition here in the United States, which did have a permanent effect on American drinking habits. We do actually drink less as a result of having had prohibition here. But prohibition did very bad things in terms of crime, and it gave the world Al Capone. And Al Capone says a lot about Chicago. The 3 people in my chat from Chicago. Do I want to cause pain for that city that's technically on the Great Lakes but doesn't look like it on any map you've ever seen of the United States? That's a technically true statement. I know I just fell off the building, chat. I'm just pouring myself some tea. I'm enjoying the fact I wonder how long it'll be before until we get to a point where if you want to see a world that still had grass in it, you have to sign into an MMO. Like, let me be clear. There's a lot of places in this world that doesn't have grass or much in terms of vegetation and still has human life. But, I mean, if I want to go touch grass as a human being, I actually have to go down the I actually have to go a fair bit of distance where... I mean, they call them hot dogs, but realistically, they're just overly ambitious sausage. You know, it's almost like they've been pull-manned. And that's a joke that I think absolutely no one's going to get. As far as regional foods go, I have a real taste for Western New York White Hots. I can't find them anywhere else. I think you can find them about as far as Ohio. I very rarely can find them in New York. Sometimes D'Agostino's had them. But man, oh man. And then there's just some stuff you can't get in this country, like good luck finding an effing good poutine in the United States. Now, granted, I will likely live longer as a human being due to that sentence, but, you know, the sweet release of death at least should have gravy on it. That's probably a cursed sentence. Also, now I have a sudden urge for poutine. Like, you really do remember, you really do remember the Canadian culture. It stays with you in the form of 1 to 2 kilograms. The problem is that Chicago dogs are the same, come from the same type of civilization. Decides that the bean is actually art and not just a CIA psych op. Changed my mind. I say this with the city that has some very questionable art installations in it, but I have actually seen that monstrosity in person. It's unique. Like, it's a symbolization of everything that's wrong in the world by and maybe that's the intent of the author because it reflects everything in it, that a major multiple rounds of bureaucracy would decide a giant reflective being is a good use of public taxpayer money. Well, I mean, remember, the poor people of Chicago live in a city. They don't know what agriculture looks like. And based off the consistency of the Chicago hot dog, I'm not actually sure they know what beans are either. Remember, this is Chicago. They are a simple folk. I'm going to hell for that one. Says the native New Yorker. Well, you know what probably happened? The problem is that no one wanted to be that large, and then Quebec said, "Here, hold my belt," and thus poutine was released upon Canada. I mean, like, poutine is obesity on a plate. The hot dog. All hail the hot dog. I mean, look, if you're going to really look at pieces of political art, go enjoy the statue of Lenin in Seattle, just for the fact that there's a statue of Lenin in Seattle, and appreciate the chain of events that caused it to end up there. I'm just stretching my back right now. Like, I keep seeing the text, I'm hot dogging it, and now my brain is going Star Trekking, and I don't know why those two things are connected. I have been tempted to try Deadman mode, although I don't know. Like, I've heard that PvP in this game is both very is and very isn't skill based. Like, maybe I'll try Last Man Standing once I get at some point, because I would really love a rune pouch, and maybe getting better at PvP is a good thing, especially if I'm going to do stuff in the wilderness. Because I can learn how all this, you know, how to do stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, like I said, there's the Statue of London in Seattle. I mean, I think there's nothing else to be said there. We have a golden boot. We have a golden. What is it? I forgot what that statue is. It's the one that's really flipping obnoxious that everyone forgets in New York until someone tries to get rid of it. I think it's a bull's. It's the rear end of a bull. I always forget where it is though, because it came up recently when NYPD was dealing with NYPD was basically dealing with. It was at the height of defund the police and cries for that, because there was actually a fair bit of protests here, and NYPD did some, as usual for NYPD, shady as fuck shit. That's it, the Wall Street Bull. That's the one I was thinking about. The one that there has been multiple attempts to. It's been occupied multiple times, but no one's actually been able to get rid of the damn thing. Yeah, no, that's definitely how I agree with tanking running. Like, I don't know if I would do Wilderness PK on a live stream, because let's be honest, there's probably enough people that would have a PK account that would completely destroy me. I always find that the upper end of a level is much more painful than the bottom end. I know that level progression in RuneScape is not linear. Like from 50 to 60, the halfway point is like 58. But it's because you basically have to finish 2 levels and then you get a better way of doing it. And it's like, it's the ultimate Skinner box experience. That's fair. I mean, you know, like, I can enjoy being a small channel while I'm a small channel, because it may not always be true. And if my channel's not destined to grow, then my channel's not destined to grow, and I will enjoy it for what it is. Because a lot of people will never stream, you know. They'll never take the chance and try and get out there. I mean, the vast majority of people will only ever consume stuff in their life. They'll never be a creator. They'll just be a cog in the machine, but there's nothing wrong with being a cog in the machine. Unless there's something wrong with the machine itself. But even taking that apart, if your life is to be that cog, whether the machine works or not, it is your life, and, you know, it's like, what I think a lot of it with Trump is, you know, people basically backing an authoritarian dictator because they see no way out of it, so they just go deeper and deeper down the MAGA rabbit hole. And I mean, that's true of cults in general, because pride is a thing. You know, the unwillingness to admit you're wrong, the unwillingness to determine that, you know. For me, I have a bad tendency to always think I'm, you know, to worry about doing something wrong and then end up in analysis paralysis. I know other people, it gets far worse because I can still generally get things done. largely because I guess I've learned to become less afraid of consequences. Not, because, live streaming on the internet can have consequences. You make enemies, but there's also how's it different from talking to other people, talking to interact with others? It's like, do you just want to live in a bubble where... Do you want to live in a bubble where there's no other humans in it? Or maybe at most a single loved one, Or do you want to be able to interact with people? Back in olden days, public squares, town halls, forums, so, like... There used to be an art community center in my town where I lived for a few years. Like... These sorts of places seem to just be vanishing more and more, and we just come to a society where the clothes, like... Maybe, I have friends that I've had for over 20 years that I met in real life, but largely I only ever see in the digital world. Maybe the digital world has allowed me to keep them as friends for longer than I would have otherwise. But on the other hand is how deep is a friendship? The human interaction of our day-to-day lives seems to go down from time to time, with plummeting. Like, I don't want to imply that a relationship over the internet is not real, because let's be honest. People find their find their significant others through the internet. They find refuge listening to the words of someone, even if they're not speaking to them flat out. But I really wish there was like a 1%, like an option between 1% and 0% for the music. If I'm being overly existential, chat, just let me know. I can try reading less philosophy books without, before I stream. Also, I am almost out of water runes. Like, water runes are like, I think they're like one of the more useless ones. I mean, although the elemental overhaul has actually been quite nice, because like airstrike is actually like useful. I mean, let's be, in New York City we have public places, but they have been decreasing over time. And even when they has been there, like, a lot of the retail has disappeared. They've become more and more unfriendly, I suppose, in what is ostensibly an anti-homelessness campaign. But it's like, even finding a good place to have a meetup in New York City is becoming increasingly more challenging. Oh, we've almost run 100 laps on stream, so... Oh, another Mark of Grace. So 150 will mark the level 57. So let's continue the push. Like, when I was free to play, like, it was always interesting seeing the handhelds. Like, you could see the places where membership had relevance, but obviously you couldn't interact with them. Yeah. That's true. The Camelot teleport is actually quite useful. I really need to do my... I need to unlock more patches. I need to unlock more teleports. I think what I need to do is I really need to grind up construction. The problem is I'm a broke boy McGee. So... Construction is just money. I mean, really, there's no other way around it. Either you cut the logs yourself, which I mean, I've got a pretty good woodcutting level, and I think at this point I can make oak stuff. So I could just chop and bank, like, I don't know, 1,000 logs. The problem is I still have to take it to the sawmill. And that's not cheap. That being said, there are plank spawns in the wilderness, so I could collect planks for a while. There's 5 in the graveyard. I've collected them. When I've gotten the zombies task from Wilderness Slayer, I did it there, and I used a looting bag and collected the drops. So, that being said, I have to go to my house. I actually have to see what the layout is. I also need to figure out how to do like things like brewing beer, because that's like really good passive cooking experience. Not that cooking really needs all that much effort, but I mean, it's also like, why not? But I do think if I'm going to do more skilling grinds, I think leveling up thieving is probably what's going to be, because if I want to do master farmers, I need 38. Yeah, I could do 38. And I could basically just bank all the seeds, because that's all I really care about. Let's say what I get here. Nature offering. Like, I can do nature's offering. I haven't quite figured out what that does yet. Yep. Yeah. Cooking is not all that hard. It's like, my biggest thing is I don't want to be standing at the GE just buying seeds and such. And like I said, I don't want to sell a bond. So I really got to do money making. My general thought is, if I'm really going to do money making, I should probably just mine gold. But to make mining gold really worth it, I would have to do the Falador Hard Diary to open the deposit box in the crafting guild. Because then would have the 7 rocks. Otherwise, I'd have to teleport probably to Falador, deposit it, and then run back. Which is viable. I mean, my bank value is about 17 mil, so maybe it's time I actually go fucking, like, sell stuff. I'd have to go to Calador for that, because the coal is what's going to kill me. I have, like, literal... Probably about 2 weeks of AFK, probably about a week of AFKing at Motherlode Mine to go through. Actually, when I finish this lap, I'll check the bank. Because the South Bank is... I think that's the South Bank, right? Or that one's the South Bank. I did punch in my PIN before I started the stream, so I should just be able to open my bank, no problems. Yeah, like, I've got over 1,000 mithril ore, which by itself is worth $250,000 on the GE. I've got a lot of iron, which... I suspect if I made it into cannonballs, I actually do have a cannon. I don't have the quad mold, but I do have the cannon. It might be worth making steel out of all this. I mean... I'd actually be able to smith it all as long as I did it at the blast furnace. But I think I need 60 smithing before I can actually do that. Actually, no, sorry. My bank isn't as high as I thought it was. My mistake. But yeah, it's mostly low-level garbage. Like, I don't even have all that much in terms of actual seeds. I do have toadflax seeds. You know what? I could actually plant these and we could collect them as we go. Because most of the places, it's like banana sapling. Fuck it. Let's just get back to the grind. I don't need to min-max it tonight. I mean, like, I haven't even checked the health of those yew trees to give you an idea of like how much I'm slacking on it right now. Oh, I have a mark of grace on the course. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 99 cooking, it's just a matter of doing it. Like, I could literally buy the ingredients or do wine easily enough. And it does actually have a nice perk to it, because the skill cape, there's a bank on that one. There's literally a bank on the 99 skill cape, so it's not a terrible 99 to get. It's only about 4 million gold to get it. So if you're going to purchase one off the GE, you might as well. If you're not going to farm, but you'll also get it passively. Like if you just cook all the fish you get, you'll get it. I mean, 99 fishing, if you're going to free ticket, that probably just sounds like hell, but you could probably do it passively pretty easily. Because I think they've also now added a permanent fire at Barbarian Village, so really all you... Like, salmon fishing isn't even all that bad, like, especially if you just want to cook it and then discard it. Alternatively, yeah, like there is no fast fishing method. I get well, you know, no, there's Temperos. If you really wanted to do it, you could do it with Temperos. I'm just kind of sitting here. All right. Like, agility to me has always felt like a chore skill. Like, it's something that makes everything else easier, but I never have enjoyed leveling it up. But this is just, like, a remarkably chill experience for me, and... Oh, okay. Oops-a-daisy. I think the next thing I need to open is fairy rings. I forgot what there's a skill requirement I'm missing. I think I need a higher herblore. It's the only thing that's actually stopping me. Because if I can get fairy rings, it would make farm runs that much less frustrating. Oh, so I just need Nature Spirit. I think I have all the... I have Mauritania unlocked. I just don't think I've actually... Maybe we'll do... Well, like I said, let's get to 60, because I think that's what I want to reach tonight. Actually, you know what? Let me turn on the experience orbs, because I think those work better. Yeah, here we go. Hold on. The XP globes is what they're called. I had turned them off because, like I said, I didn't want, like, my UI to be too cluttered. Alright, UB... Why are you not... Here we go. Agility. Can I, Let's see. Can we make this, like, 200? It's a little bit too... Okay, you know what, that works. That works well. Because then... Oh, wait, and then I close the panel and it goes away? Oh, it's because the duration stopped. Okay, there we go. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. There's probably most people who have it though are the people that have AFK'd it for months. One of the things I learned with Kingdom of Loathing is one of the best ways to actually get anywhere in that game is just sign in and do the daily everything. Like, I haven't done it because I'm not exactly sure where it is in the world, but brewing beer in game apparently can make you an obscene amount of stuff in game. I actually think I want to do that, even if I have to read the wiki. So, let's see here. I have to admit that if I'm going to get any 99, the one I really want is 99 woodcutting, just because of the meme. I don't know if this is a good thing yet. I think I'm actually going to turn that off. This is good enough. I mean, if anyone wants to add me on Old School RuneScape, because I do play from time to time. I wouldn't mind joining a clan or something. Like, in a lot of ways, I would like to be more social. Alright. Last lap. And then we are 57 agility. And total level of 1050. I would really love to get my total level much higher. Like, there is some real low-hanging fruit for that. See, like I said, when I tried Wilderness Agility, it didn't go so well. But I'm also broke, so I can't afford the losses. One of the biggest things I've always learned, especially about managing money, both in real life and in game, is you have to have a budget for these things. You know, I really wonder how many people, like, just buy bond after bond after bond so they can dominate on the leaderboards, like... Alright, we're coming up on 2 hours 20. We are now 150 laps deep. And we are 36 laps to the next level. Alright, so now that we're 150, I'm going to do some squats. And keep that constitution going higher. 'Cause, damn it, I want to live a better life. Like, it's almost motivation for a better life, because especially as my health got worse, I found my ability to focus and attention to get a lot harder. As far as I know, I've never had COVID. I managed to avoid it, and I have thus far. So, I don't think it's long COVID. That being said, it could easily be something I got, because God knows I had... College was a time and not a good one. Okay. My guess is on the experience rates, I will be done here at Faldor between 200 and 250 laps. I know that, I believe Sears Village is one of the best rates of experience, and then I think it's 70 I get access to the first level of Hollowed Zuckelberg. Whatever it's called. The agility dungeon. I also get access, I'll have to check the, we'll check the level up next time I get that open. Yep. Hey, thanks, Campground Computers. Like I said, it just seemed like the right thing to do. I kind of just want to I kind of want to get to the point where I'm literally live streaming every day, but I can't do vintage computer every day. I'm knowledgeable on the topic to an you know, I like making videos, but I can't do it every day because I think I'd lose my mind. But if my community and my viewership finds this interesting, like, I'm starting to get a real idea of how to live stream as a full-time thing, like, or what it would take. So, yeah, I think going forward, I'm going to actually, I think I'm going to pay for Streamlabs Ultimate, with, at some point in the future, getting RTMP working. Oh, wow, sorry, I'm actually, my energy is crashing surprisingly fast. The problem is I actually woke up past noon, so I haven't even been up 12 hours. It's just, I'm literally looking at my living room right now, and my biggest thought right now is, now that I've gotten rid of a lot of the furniture, it's like, my God, this is so much nicer than it used to be. And it's like, yeah. Hey, we're now 8 times 4 laps to finishing this level. I do really want to push for 60 agility. I don't think it actually gets me all that much besides Sears Village, but it makes the agility grind... It's nice to see visible progress on the agility grind. It's just, sadly, it's not a skill that makes money. Like, at least mining and smithing have... I think the highest quest requirement... I don't remember for the achievement diary how high you have to go. I think you have to be able to smith a runite bar in the wilderness resource area for that achievement diary. Yeah, well, I've done more than... my starting count when I logged in was 62. So we're coming up to 100 laps done on stream. It's gonna be weird being back on the West Coast. Subway's Pacific time agreed with me more. In some ways, it didn't. Like, I'm also kind of remiss that, you know, leaving New York. There's a lot of things I've never actually done despite having lived here. I was apparently on top of the Empire State Building as a kid, and I've been in there quite a few times as an adult, but I've never been to the roof as an adult. I've never been to the Statue of Liberty, which I feel like I should do. I should visit the UN. I really should do that one. I have no excuse. And yet I feel like I'm just a few short weeks. Like, you know, my father lived here longer than I did, and I know for he might have done the Statue of Liberty, but he's done. I almost certain he's never been to the UN. Actually, no, that's not true. He may have been to the UN, but I don't think he ever just went for the sake of. I'll actually have to ask him. I'm gonna see him in a few weeks. I did do the City of New York Museum, though. I did see the Unisphere. That's the. Have you ever seen Men in Black? That's the giant sculpture of the world. It was part of this one of the two world fairs. I think it was the 76 one, but maybe it was 43. Like, you know, it's when you do stuff like this, you completely understand people that play that really want the increased experience modes, because there are official modes and that have increased XP rates. But I mean, it's also part of the appeal of an MMO is that, you know, if you're playing, like, I play NetHack and I can beat NetHack pretty quickly because I play with spoilers. But if you were to grind it out like the way you're intended to grind it out, which is basically just fight monsters until they drop enough gear to let you keep going, like, I really do actually want to see if I'm talking myself into playing NetHack more. I really am talking myself into playing NetHack more. I really would love to get an Ascension on stream. Problem is, it's just not that interesting of a game to watch, and even I have reasons for liking that game, but even I don't play it recreationally very often. I got bummy nose. Or maybe not. I have no idea where my tissues are. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, I think 200 laps is the next goal. I can definitely make 200 laps. Because then 250 becomes the next goal, and 60 agility should be in sight there. I am shocked that 23 people are watching this. Usually with gaming streams, I don't even make 10, so maybe... But that being said, I've got a lot of new subscribers, and the pinball video is the big one, so maybe a lot of people that do gaming, because God knows my tastes in gamings are kind of niche. Oh, yeah, I have to wait until he teleports up here. I forget what he gives. I think he just gives a kebab or a beer. Come on, teleport. I think if I do this, he'll teleport. Yeah, here we go. I think I get a beer and a kebab. You know what? I'm going to have a kebab and I'm going to have a beer. That... beer. Just the thing you need while exercising. Actually. Okay. I don't know. It's like, the fact, like I said, a surprising portion, like, what we think of alcohol in this day and age is generally a lot stronger than what most humans drank, but they used to drink it in place of water because it was safe. Fermented grains is generally safer than water in most places, and it still is today. The fermentation process, if it fizzes, it's safe. That's basically the rule of thumb with beer, which is why it was so commonly used. Um, at least it was commonly used in areas where death by dehydration was not common. That's why you see it in Europe, and you see it as I mean, Islam specifically outlaws it, but it's much less common in areas that are very hot. A History in a World in 6 Glasses. I've never seen that or heard of it before. Sounds interesting. Is that on YouTube? I assume it's on YouTube. Okay. Alright, so 161. 25 laps to goal. And me doing some more squats. Like, I'm at the point, because I've been doing it all day, that I can only do 1 or 2 at a time. But it really does add up over the course of the day, and I'm really feeling it. I need to find better exercises for my midsection, because really the only one I know how to do, the only exercise I really know offhand is getting on the floor and doing sit-ups. And the internet implies that's really the best / only way to do it, but I really wish I could find something I could do in my chair. I've tried leaning forward and putting against tension, but I don't think I'm putting any, getting any sort of workout on those muscles. I do want a higher fire making level. I actually have done. I'm at 60 fire making, and I haven't even. I actually did it all by burning logs. I've just been doing use, because I believe willows would actually give me higher experience because you can cut them faster. But I've been doing use because it's been really AFK friendly, and I've got a spot I really like. And it's a spot that's actually quite hard. You have to have done Dragon Slayer. So I really never see anyone there, and it's the resource area that they added to free to play as the reward for Dragon Slayer 1, which exists on Member World. In fact, it's right next to a teleport. Spirit trees were probably one of the best teleports I got in this game, and I really need to do construction because I really want a mounted glory in my house. So. Respect the grind. Like, I know the stat. I don't know if they've implemented the agility changes yet. They were discussing them last time I looked at the news, because they basically wanted to make the graceful outfit not be the absolute best effing outfit it is for everything in this game. Let's see here. So there we go. And then 58. If 58's the halfway point, then realistically this is probably 300 laps to 60 and Sears Village. Because this maxes out at 26. This is realistically maxing out at 27. I think I could probably get it a little higher. But I think agility is largely basically fixed on the course you're running. Because if I were to... Because I know that you start getting debuffs on the amount of experience you get from a course once you're like 20 levels past it. Like, if I went to Draenor right now, I would get almost nothing in experience because I would have been there for too long. The course... Canifis is the best course for getting the Marks of Grace, so if you want to get Graceful as soon as possible, you basically just stay at Canifis. And, I mean, it's not horrible. Canifis has a bank. Ultimates can get there really early, because you just need Priest in Peril, and Priest in Peril just needs Restless Ghost. Like, there's almost no skill requirements. So you can basically just go there, and fast agility is good for basically everything in this game. Like, 30 agility you can get in, like, I don't know, an hour, maybe 2. And that's double run energy from that point forward. And it sucked really hard in free-to-play being at 1 agility. Like, I'm hoping at 60 agility. I don't know if it's enough to move me up a bracket. But that, once I get plus once I get fairy rings, which I think is probably one of the next things I gotta do, especially if I want to make my farm runs, like, not be miserable, because that's really what I'm dealing with right now, is the farm runs are just absolutely ass. Because ultimately speaking, if I want to money make, one of the easiest ways to do it farming is to do herb runs. It is actually insanely profitable, but I would need to have all the patches open, and I would really need the herbs to do it. So that might be what I do in the near future, because I could make a lot of money doing that, and I would also not mind getting my own herblore skill up. It's a fast skill, it's just expensive. But realistically, farming my own herbs, it shouldn't be terrible. Because I can farm the higher level ones, and I can just buy the lower level ones and just make it. I think I definitely need to do more work on the APRS Rust code. I mean, it's kind of at a point that I'm happy with it, but I haven't been able to find the motivation to work on that project, and it's really just kind of getting to me. I think a lot of it's because I'm spending a lot of energy during the day dealing with the move, and I may not get any further than what I have on it, but I've already got what I consider the minimum viable product for what I want to do. I just need to do some testing to see if I can figure out how to live stream from the cloud. shouldn't be hard. I just have to do it. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to set up a private APRSIS gateway. And it'll basically light up things as I hear it, and while it's tracking the station. Like, I have like I said, I'm really happy with some of the tests I actually did. I'm still amazed that, you know, I really appreciate the amount of support you guys give me. And, you know, it's like, it astounds me how many content creators really take their community for granted. I really feel like that's like, you know, the Mr. Beast stuff that's come up recently has kind of been on my mind because it kind of is the everything I see wrong with YouTube sort of thing. And, like, I know there's other big name influencers that are not like that, and I mean, am I the only one who tends to sometimes feel like the world is just a little bit too fake? They say as they click in a fantasy medieval point-and-click game. Lap 170. I don't know. I'm like... I actually find this very relaxing because I don't have to think. My mouth is kind of running on autopilot, but I sometimes watch some of my own VODs back, and it's like... I agree with what I'm saying, but my god, I sound incoherent. You know, I guess one of the things that always confuses me is why people value gold. I understand logistically it's a useful metal for several things. I know that historically people have always treated it as money, but I mean, realistically speaking, it's shiny rock and has been shiny rock for most of its existence. But I mean, it has some useful properties that it's actually very hard to counterfeit gold. Modern technology notwithstanding, but the only thing heavier than gold is lead, and it's part of why it was very fun. And lead is nobly heavier than gold. Plus, gold is soft. You can bite it, and it leaves marks. Although I actually am not sure if that's a fiction or that's real. I know it's soft enough that it's pretty easy to deform a true gold coin to the point that that's why they're sold in protective sleeves, or they're alloyed with something so they're a little bit less garbage in that regard. Well, I mean, you know what it is, and it was I really noticed it was Squid Game, but Mr. Beast is kind of the same way. It's people watching the enjoyment of other people's souls being sucked out of them. I mean, that's kind of what Survivor is, because you're basically watching someone get voted off the island. They're not getting killed, but I mean, that's what it is. You know, it's... It's the gladiator games of the modern era. Um, and then you add the right air of authenticity that, because most people do not critically think. I mean, I don't want to like say people that enjoy Mr. Beast is not unintelligent, because that's not the way to describe it. It's, if you're going to watch a Mr. Beast video, you're not generally going to think all that hard about it, because that's not the point. You're watching a ludicrous amount of money be spent on answering stupid internet questions. I mean, that's basically what Mr. Beast content is. And you know, it's like when you watch a primitive technology video, the knockoff ones seem real because all the steps make logical sense. But you know, if you look carefully, you can oftentimes see where they have hid the construction vehicles. There are some channels that are legitimate. It's not a genre I particularly like, but it's it tends to be one of the ones that tend to really come out about being false and such. I am really feeling my calf muscles like get better. Definitely. I think one of the next things I want to do with I think I need to be able to code the Rust code into talking to Mastodon, because I think I wanted to be able to upload a screenshot of the desktop at a regular interval. Doing this in Rust sounds painful, but doing it in Python sounds worse. Then again, I kind of like the idea of it posting station statistics to Mastodon as it goes. My brain is definitely kind of fried. Not in a bad way. It's just I think I'm just getting a little tired of so much soul gazing, and like, for those who do this for content creation, because, you know, I've tried Minecraft content creation, and like, you really have to be effing dedicated to make it happen, because unless you're going to cheat in creative mode, which honestly a lot of the, like, I've watched videos that proclaim to do massive mod packs in short periods of time, and I really wonder how much of it is just a little bit of editing and go into creative mode. Because unfortunately, sometimes a better edited product will just always win. I mean, there's a lot of people that make good tech YouTube content that have some of the worst production qualities known to mankind. Now, if a presenter is entertaining, it works. I can't remember the name of the channel offhand. Dank Pods is one that is like that sort of format where, you know, it's camera look down and disassemble with fast talking person. But then you also get stuff like my content, which is highly edited. And get the Mark of Grace, get the Mark of Grace. I don't know why I keep rotating the map. Like, let me lock this to north and let me just leave it on this perspective. I don't know, like, I think part of the problem is I don't know what type of YouTube channel I've been trying to build, because I want to do something more than just vintage tech, because if nothing else, I am burning out on it. But am I trying to be a lifestyle channel? Am I trying to be a gaming channel? Like, I feel like I'm just a mismatch of different content, and I'm just throwing stuff at the wall until it sticks. And I mean, there's nothing actually wrong with that, because I mean, my own chief complaint is that I feel like YouTube, most of the content I feel on YouTube lacks authenticity. Even in cases where the content is authentic, I'm having an uncanny value of the internet because, you know, take something like LGR, you know, Clint makes some great content, but is LGR's entire life being that, or is there an actual human behind there? I'm just using that as an example. And, you know, like, then we get other creators that, I'm not going to name names here, but let's just say there's been enough creators that in the vintage computer space that really make me wince whenever their names come up. And, like, I don't want to start shit tonight, so I'm here just to do chillax RuneScape. So chat can fill names in for me if they so choose. Yeah, I think it's going to be 60 agility, and I probably just going to play until I get 6 hour logged, because realistically, I am tired, but I don't really want to lay down, because I know I won't sleep. And that is lap 178. Like, I remember having a Chumby because they were a gift they gave away at work, and they had this, like, little Chumby world thing on where you could basically build a... It was... The Chumby was, like, this Linux-based device. It was actually designed by Bunny Hong, who is a very big hardware design guy in open-source hardware. He wrote a lot about the manufacturing process in Shenzhen. Really, I've never met him personally, but his original claim to fame was cracking the OG Xbox. He cracked the 1.0 and 1.5 version and discovered that Microsoft didn't know what an encryption hash was. At some point, I think I might just do a video on 20 minutes of N-Commander rambling on OS2 with edited footage. That might even be my video for September, because I realistically am not going to get a video out. I have actually tried. I do not have the mental flipping capacity to put another video out this month. The NT-Power PC one, the footage is actually from over a year ago. I wrote the script in Oregon, and I did the first voiceover out there, but I was not happy with that voiceover because I was using a really shit Amazon Basics mic that I was able to borrow. I didn't have the good one, the Scarlett Solo, which is what I use right now. So I ended up re-recording the voiceover, and I have done it before, but it's not something I like doing because it is one of the most soul-crushing things you can do in a video editing, because you have to adjust all the timings. You either have to record it until you get almost the same exact cadence, but in this case, I didn't like the cadence that I was working with after hearing it 50 or so times, and the feeling that my last few videos have been, this is your host and commander, I am dead to the world because my emotions have been sucked out by a straw. How would you like your vintage computers served today? Press 1 for a human response. I'm here right now. We are currently 84% of the way to 58. I will update you when we are 85% of the way to 58. We are now 85% of the way to 58. This has been N-Commander Agility Training, level 57 to 58, coming to a browser near you. The time at the tone will be... I don't have a watch. Ding. I have to assume this is what filibustering on the Senate floor was like when, back in the days where you actually had to, like, filibuster with words. They still sometimes do that as a matter of course. I just don't know the last time someone has actually, like, sat and filibustered the Senate chamber with actually just rambling garbage for years. Well, I mean, let's be honest. We've been stuck in news doom cycle for at least 8 years, and probably longer than that. For me, it's like 10 years of fatigue of just watching world go down shitter. Not because the world is getting actually worse, because let's be honest, realistically, things I mean, up until very recently, year over year, things have been getting better. It's pressure from climate change, though, is reaching a tipping point, and I think we're reaching a point in society, partially fueled by the internet, and I think partially fueled by quite literally the same factors that started, I hate to use the term leftist revolutions, but in this case, I'm referring it into the case of both the French Revolution and the Soviet Union versus how the term leftist gets used in the United States. Because left extremism does happen. It's not what's currently happening in the United States or generally in the world, but this is where you get Robespierre and the Reign of Terror. And they will take you down to the guillotine and chop you off a little bit. But, I mean, ultimately, in times of fear, people will react rather than think, and the world has become a much scarier place over the last few years. On top of that, you have people like Donald Trump taking advantage of that in a system that hasn't realistically seen a true attempt at dictatorship in almost its entire history. I mean, let's be honest, U.S. political tradition is entirely by the fact that it is a democracy, because it was... Well, it was kind of the whole point. Three laps to go. It helps if I click on the little square that makes the character go. I mean, you know, one thing you have to think about, though, is, you know, does the world of Gillenor exist? I mean, does it exist any more than our world? You know, our world has certain rules, certain physics, but there's no proof that... I mean, you can argue that our world's a simulation, one of just more detail than of Gillenor. I mean, even if it isn't a simulation, the universe is known to... The universe, as we understand it, is finite. One of two things that we know from studying physics, and so I say I know in quotes because, let's be honest, we only know as far as we have a theory that fits the facts, that our universe started in a big crunch, or in a big bang, and it realistically appears it will die a slow, quiet death as we eventually hit heat exhaustion. Now, what may happen is that at some point the universe may start contracting and start the whole cycle over again, or it may just be a one-time thing. If the universe is a closed cycle, then everything we're doing here has happened before and will happen again, because assuming time is infinite. My God, I am going, like, deep down the... I'm going somewhere, chat. Like, maybe I've just gone mad, and maybe I'm sharing that madness with all of you. Because, I mean, let's be honest, this is an incredibly zen thing to do. I'm just sitting here talking into the void. I've actually thought about recording podcasts, and YouTube has some sort of podcast feature, but I I might do it. Like, I might try filming. Honestly, I may try doing like a 2-hour podcast out in Oregon. Actually, you know what I might end up doing is maybe as part of the national novel writing, what I might write is the first season of my podcast, and then I can release the podcast through Spotify. Or YouTube. Actually, you know, I really like that idea. Like, holy crap, that's like probably one of the best ideas I've had in a while. Because it doesn't have to be a novel in and of itself. I just want to write 50,000 words. So, and one of the problems of writing a novel is that if I live stream it, I'll likely never be able to get it published officially. But I could always self-publish. I mean, let's be honest. I probably have... I don't think anyone's really going to complain if I plug my own book in my own videos. Like, let's be honest. There's a lot shittier sponsorship deals to be had. Hey, okay, there we go. We should, this lap should be at... Oh, there it is. 58. So that's theoretically the... How much are we to the next level? So we're 23k to the next level, so... Probably... Yeah, no, that is about halfway. So we still have quite a bit more to go. Let's keep at it. So yeah, we probably will get to Sears Village around 300 laps. So that means we are about halfway. Here. So, alright. So, looking at all this... Like, if I'm playing with an audience, like, I don't mind playing so much of a quest plugin, because then it keeps me motivated to keep playing, because I'm not playing by myself. I mean, it's the sheer loneliness of a single-player existence. That's why I struggle to play some games, but I also don't really like playing multiplayer because either you're playing entirely asynchronously, which means that the world changes out from under you, which, I mean, let's be honest, that's how real life works, but... It's 60 agility. Or, not 60 agility. I really kind of want to spin up an open RCSC server. I'm actually, you know, the stupid question I have is, could you run it over an amateur radio link? Because technically, there's nothing illegal in doing that. If it's not commercial, there's nothing saying you can't play an MMO. If it's not going to Jagex's servers, and RuneScape Classic has been... Jagex themselves have said it's dead and buried, and they have largely seemed to have been okay with open RSC. So there's this really perverse, twisted side of me that makes me wonder if I could run it on 44net. Like, if you could run it over HF at 300 baud... Which RuneScape is about 2 decades too new for it, but it might actually run at that speed. Because it doesn't send a lot of data. Like, I could see running it at 96k. 9.6k, because it would have been very rare in the early 2000s, but shitty internet was shitty internet. I don't know. It's funny how, realistically speaking, an idle game where you literally just click on squares. I mean, because I'm playing with RuneLight. If you're playing with the official client, the light up squares are not there. Um, Running around in circles. It's actually why I find agility on mobile quite difficult, because I can never find the points. Because I ran quite a few laps at Canifis. I think I ran about 70 laps there or so. Because I was running laps there right up until I unlocked Wilderness, and then I've been doing Falador ever since. Because I think Wildy actually gives you better experience, but my stats are garbage. Like, that's deep Wildy, and there are monsters on the course. So you really need to be able to kind of ignore it. My prayer is garbage. I'd really would want to be out there in prayer robes, full blighted food, and like as much prayer as I could realistically get. Because then I should be able to basically counter PK. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably fight Crazy Archaeologist until I get a couple rune crossbows. It's probably the best ranged weapon I can get for the time being, and range is gonna be my range and magic are gonna be my friends for Wildy agility. I don't know. I'm just... Maybe I'm more tired than I think. Or maybe I'm just at max brain. Like, I don't feel... The problem is I don't feel physically tired. Which is not a good sign. Like, I'm awake, I'm alert, I'm following tasks. But the part of my brain that is my consciousness feels... You know, visible silence. I don't know. Then again, in some ways, I find it good to know that I can stay focused on a task for multiple hours. Like, it makes me feel more able, especially after a long period of not being able to do. Because you really don't value that until it's gone. And, you know, it's that feeling of loss that really has been the defining emotion in the last few months. Because I've recently had a bit of reconnection with a member, you know, my family in some regards. It's not a good or really healthy relationship, but I've been able to redefine it on terms that are usable. And, it's hard. You know, everyone comes from someplace. You don't always get a good beginning, and sometimes you're told it's a good beginning when it is or isn't. Like, I understand the circumstances that led to a lot of the hell I went through. It isn't anyone's fault in and of itself. If anything, my family, such as it was on the receiving end of what happens whenever there's a political change somewhere. There are winners and losers of that. It's how my family ended. It's how my paternal family ended up in the United States. But, you know, the consequences of having lived through that become generational in nature. I read Mouse in high school. It's a graphic novel that portrays the tale of a Holocaust survivor. And it was written by the son of said survivor, or drawn, I should say. It's like, I guess what makes my story unique is that a lot of it can be verified. A lot of it exists as literal passport stamps, government stuff. So most of the major actions can, in fact, be attributed. It's why I'm even considering writing it. Like, you know, it's not entire. And realistically speaking, you know, the one that you know, you may have a better life in exile than you had before. And in my case, I was born here, so that's how that goes. But it gets passed down because, you know, it is generational trauma of the most basic regard. It's the losing of literally everything because the political regime changed. You know, it's the stuff of nightmares for most people. And that had effects on my family, and I try not to, on one hand, how much can you define a person by their background? How much does that background excuse? On the other hand, you are ultimately responsible for your actions, and I've spent a long time gazing into my past because it never made, you know, it was the words and the actions of the people in my past never lined up one to one. It wasn't actively malicious, it wasn't actively malice. But the end result was absolute hell for me. And I always wonder, am I looking through it at hindsight, or is this just what it is? Like, I can understand and recognize the patterns now that I'm looking at them through the past. But when you live it in the moment, it just keeps this self-fulfilling cycle. I think that's a lot of why families get driven apart with, you know, how extremism drives families apart. Because essentially, extremism comes more fundamentally at a differing of views that becomes irreconcilable. And the reason it's becoming more prevalent is that more extreme options are being considered by people in day-to-day lives because the circumstances are starting to justify those actions. In some ways or other. Like, in times where there is plenty, you don't worry about food. When you had strong social safety networks, the risk of starvation was lower. The risk, you were more willing to take chances because said safety net exists, or at least it's not an ever-present stress on the mind. Yeah, I know, Sad Mac. The thing is that it's kind of I'm just broken record at this point, but I'm hoping. I know by leaving here, I'm not going to escape the past. It was a lesson I learned from the last time I left here, and here I mean tri-state area. Um, but it helps not to have it there every day. I really will say that. Yeah, I think we're going to finish this right between 250 and 300 laps. Because I'm just looking at this. We're free, how much experience do we have? We're 15k experience, and we're getting 28 per hour, give or take. So realistically, we're probably about 2 hours to 60 agility, which I think is actually a really good point to reach. I'm going to go stretch my legs right now. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, okay. Empty bladder, happy bladder. I think a lot of it is I've just been dealing with a lot of up and down, up and down, up and down. Like, the dredging of this place has been bad. If you've ever moved frequently, like whenever you move, when you really have to look at like the everything you have, and it's like, why do you have so much shit? And it's like, I really used to make so much effort not to do this, and the problem is that when you own things, it lives rent free in your brain to some extent. Like, the more things you own, the more things you have to worry about. I actually, funny enough, I actually read a passage of the Buddha that has stuck with me. And it was talking. It was essentially the Buddha was sitting around a picnic table. Well, I say picnic table, but like I'm paraphrasing here. Sitting around a table with a group of followers, and a farmer comes by and asks if they have seen his cow. Honestly, it probably wasn't cow given the region, but let's say livestock. And sheep. Because the problem is I remember the events of the story, I don't remember the details. And the Buddhist says no. And the farmer shakes his head and then keeps going. And the Buddha talks about how he's lucky that he doesn't have something like a sheep to worry about. And it's one of the tenets I have found is that I hate to get overly preachy, like, Faith and I have had a really weird relationship for many years, but something, I've, like I said, what is stuff? I mean, is it something that makes you happy? Like, like, I remember growing up in a household that had loads of books that existed entirely for show. It was literally furniture and set pieces to look at that had no actual functionality, that just took up room and had to be dusted, it had to be cleaned, and like, it's a step towards liberation. I mean, if you've ever seen pictures of, I hate to use the term crypto bro in this regard because I'm about to refer to myself, but basically the people that have a computer, a bed, and maybe a bathroom. And that's actually a pretty good way to describe how I used to live. And I found it a very good lifestyle because the only thing I ever had to worry about was my backpack. And when you only have to worry about a single bag, it makes things much easier. At some points in my life, the bag could be replaced with bicycle or car, but it was usually in the object of one X, and that X was not necessarily where I was living night to night. Like, at the height of backpack living, I was renting a apartment for 4 weeks in Santo Domingo. It was hot, it was sweaty, and there were mosquito nets, and learning to sleep under one of those was tricky. I actually gave it up as a lost cause, and instead embraced just bathing myself in DEET and hoping I didn't get dengue fever. It wasn't the worst time of year for it, and dengue generally has pretty good... It's not going to be the FU that malaria can be, but these are the things you think about when you are going to go to parts of the world that have diseases that do not exist in North America anymore, or at least in the United States anymore, although malaria is coming back. That was absolutely wonderful. There's been actual reported cases in the southeast of the United States, because, yay. The problem with a change of scenery is it's always a temporary boost. Like, once you change the scenery, then what? But I never really wanted to be here in New Jersey. I got stuck here in New Jersey because of the pandemic. And now that the pandemic has... I don't want to say gone, because this is the worst COVID summer in 3 years. But... is less of a day-to-day factor than it used to be. I am much more inclined to go out and travel. I do know one personal trip I'm going to do before the year is over. I am going to go to Tijuana. I want to stand on the point of initial boundary. If I really get spicy, I will. I need to see how close to the very southern tip of Texas you can actually get, because if I stand on the point of initial boundary between the United States and Mexico, I've stood on 5 of the continental extremes of the United States, and I can realistically get Point Olympia quite easily. I've been there before, but I don't actually think there's a marker on Point Olympia of the westernmost boundary. Like, at Point Roberts, you have the Treaty of Washington Monument, which is the point of initial it's not initial boundary, it's... Boundary Stone 1 of the International Boundary Commission that starts the U.S.-Canadian border. I actually went up to the library that straddles the border on the Quebec-Vermont line. I say but like I said, I'm not traveling by myself. I have had help, and I hugely appreciate it. It's just... again, that's not an aspect of my life I'm ready to talk about just yet. But I don't want to imply that I'm doing this by myself. But it's really astounding just seeing the literally where it just stops right in the middle of the building where the United States and and United States insert Canada here. Like the parking lot of the library is marked in like granite stones, and you realize shortly afterwards, like, oh, that's where that's the actual international boundary. And you can see places where the border used to be more open, like pre 9/11. I am just largely. Like, I don't know if, like, part of me feels like I'm wasting my time just training agility in RuneScape. On the other hand, this is a game that unless I make a new account, you don't lose progress in. Like, I've been working on a Nolia save in Factorio. I'm just past 200 hours in it. I started it back in January, so realistically speaking, you could say maybe I play, what realistically happens is a week of my life just vanishes and suddenly the factory is 3 times the size it started. But, and maybe I'll spin off the gaming stuff to its own YouTube channel. I really don't want to run multiple YouTube channels. And if my channel evolves to be a lifestyle channel, because realistically I may stop doing I'm not going to say I'm going to stop doing vintage tech, but I definitely need to expand it because I will burn out if I do nothing else. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of mulling to myself right now. I'm just kind of just shaking out and stretching out my arm right now. I do definitely want to get into higher wood cutting, because honestly, 99 wood cutting appeals to me, and once I get it to 92, I can basically do redwoods AFK all the way to 99. It's really chill. That's probably about 40 hours to get it to 90, to get it to 92, and I'd still have to do the final push. I think that, let's see, does Sears Village have a herb patch nearby? I think it, yeah, no, there's the allotments at Camelot. So I do actually think, I mean, doing herb runs might be worthwhile because with the higher agility, like, it's definitely, like, it was, like, originally when I started the Falador course, my run energy was draining, that I couldn't do it nonstop, but at this point, I'm keeping up because my run regen is now that high. which is nice. I think a lot of it is how attitudes towards the internet have changed. Like, it used to be that everyone on the internet was basically anonymous. You didn't give away real life info. That's how I remember hearing about it for many years. And then it's still real advice, but I mean, let's be honest, in the day of social media, it's like, how many people, I mean, I know a lot of people don't use social media, but I'm pretty sure it's a minority these days. Like, I think Facebook claims over 1 billion users. I mean, that's 3 times the population of the United States. Hey, lap 210. I like the ascending numbers. I wonder what the high score is for this course. I presume it's like ludicrously high, but I am actually wondering what the the all-time lap count is. Because like there are people that basically just have accounts that run laps, that run laps, that run laps. And I also know like a lot of bot farms, because there are channels on YouTube that basically do exposés on the bot farms. They do a lot of time of training agility. Like the entire topic of RuneScape botting is fascinating, and like especially hearing the full history of it. I mean, I think a lot of it comes to, I hate to say boomer generation, but it's something that I've seen prevalent, is the fear of outsiders, the fear of unknown. And meanwhile, younger generations, to a degree, starting with Generation Z, and more prevalently in millennials and Gen X, who are also conversely the same people who have, shall we say, gone the bum end of the deal. As far as, you know, oh, the line doesn't always go up. Well, here, have Great Global Recession, which is still better than Great Depression. But, I mean, let's be honest. If RuneScape existed in the Great Depression, how many RuneScape content creators would we have seen in the Great Depression? God, that is actually a really weird thought, because, you know, some of the most memorable stuff of the 20s, you know, jazz and stuff, it was expressed through evolving arts. I mean, that period also is the period of American history in which Prohibition both got its start and got its end. It was known as the Roaring Twenties for a reason. I mean, you know, you always have the sentiment of I was born in the wrong century, but, you know, it's more you hear the grandiose tales of the people that lived in that. Like, you hear the tales of the gangster Al Capone, or those of the Prohibition agents trying to, as they saw it, root out an evil of society. You know, it's like, you also have to realize that for some people, you know, there is no such thing as morality. I mean, there is no limit of how far they will go. Slaver ships have never had problems finding crews, even if most of humanity found such things distasteful. I really just feel like I'm rambling shit out of my mouth. And maybe that is just the secret to live streaming, because, I know that you just can't have dead air. And I suppose talk shows. Granted, the only time I listen to talk shows is like the very rare time I get stuck listening to AM radio, and it's like, enjoy conservative talk host X because rip fairness doctrine, because that was the funniest thing. I was watching Legal Eagle, and when the Mr. B stuff dropped, I watched the bit of the so-called reveal, and considering the guy basically appears in a fake police outfit, I was already very skeptical of this. And so watching Legal Eagle basically talk about, no, the FCC doesn't regulate YouTube. It's like, oh my God, I'm happy I stopped watching this. I completely believe that, it's like it's part of why you shouldn't believe everything you read or see on the internet. Because unfortunately, what stuff like Mr. Beast does probably is not illegal. It might should be, but freedom of expression, that is what freedom of expression and freedom of speech protect. The reason that people expect, shall we say, higher standards is that in the era of broadcast entertainment, that is to say radio and broadcast television, the FCC did regulate it, and it's only now that cable and the internet, which are unregulated, are we starting to see the fakeness crop up, because regulation. I mean, and it's not true. I mean, there are places where such giveaways regulated under national law would be illegal. Like, if Mr. Beast operated and worked out of Canada, he actually probably would be seeing criminal charges for some of the things he's done. In the United States, he's almost certainly free and clear. Conversely, though, there's a lot of things that you can do here that are illegal in Canada. It's just how these things work. I mean, every system has different legal codes. If you look at civil law systems without a knowledge of law in general, it will look very strange and backwards to an American. However, some people would say civil law systems, especially those based on the Napoleonic Code, are more fair than common law systems. Whether they are or not is a matter of academic debate, and honestly, I haven't looked it up, but things you get when you spend too much free time. I am really hurting tonight, chat. Like, part of why I didn't want to live stream doing coding is I'm actually kind of in pain. It's not... Well, actually, my back is stiff, but, it's like pain of existence pain, not physical pain, but pain is pain regardless of type. I don't think it's right to say it's not. Alright, 9 laps to 59 agility. It really is a test of focus. I mean, when you get right down to it. Like, how long can you stay focused doing a single task? Because, I mean, you have to appreciate the design of it, because nothing in RuneScape is all that deep and complex. I mean, it is a very simple point-and-click game. Um... But, like, if you find a cosmetic item you like, and let's be honest, for a lot of people, Fashionscape is RuneScape. Um, I don't really, like, that's, like, one of those aspects that's shared between my character and I. I'm the type of person that wears clothes, but beyond wears clothes, that's really, like, the extent of my fashion. Like, if I get dressed up and dolled up for a special event, so be it. Granted, it's probably been more than half a decade since the last time that's happened. Um, I will say that, like, I really cracked up laughing when playing. So far, my favorite quest in this game was in Lion Journey. If nothing else, because of how much this game spoofs. I love the Captain Picard knockoff and just the whole thing. I unlocked the balloon to have an easier way to get to and from Atrana, and more specifically to the charter boats, because when I was doing farm runs, I was using charters a lot. I opened up the spirit trees. I did both Tree Gnome Village and the other one. Alright, I don't know. I'm kind of... One of the weird things I kind of want in this game is I kind of want the Explore emote, which is 600 beginner clothes. It seems absolutely insane, but it almost is like a grind that appeals to me just because doing free-to-play. And plus, I'd have a chance of getting a champion scroll. I think what I would wait for that, though, is wait until I have a very high range level and then just clue juggle my way there, because I think that's the easiest way to do it. But I wonder how long of a grind that would actually be. Like, there are some pretty decent stuff in the beginner clue caskets. There's quite a few fashion craft items, because it's about a 1 in 20 of rolling an item. I actually have quite a few clue scrolls. I think I have some in the bank. Alright, 59. How far are we to the next level? 2000 XP. Okay, so 5 laps. So each lap is like, I don't know, 750 XP. I am definitely a bit tired. But I've got my stupid pointless goal for the night. I really do want to see 60 agility. So, 60 agility. Because we're 93% to 59, and then it's just one more level. God, that's like playing Civilization. That definitely feels like the vibe there. Well, that's actually a nice track. I was hearing just the very soft bit of it, so I turned it up a little bit. Honestly, I might even live stream this tomorrow. Tomorrow is I gotta do a lot of packing stuff, but after I pack, I probably got 1-2 hours of packing work ahead of me, but I only can do so much in a single day. Plus, it's how much stuff so it leaves me mentally dead. But I mean, this is like I said, you end up physically awake and mentally. I just don't want to be lying awake in bed. Like, that is the worst feeling. Alright. We are... It'll be this lap. This is for 59. Someone's high alking. Like, that's impressive to actually do it while high alk while running. I guess you could do it. It's very click intensive. Alright, that's 59. Okay, so we got 59 on lap 226. So 44 laps to next goal. So it's going to take exactly an hour. All right, you know what? Let me take a leak, and then let's go down and do it. Actually, yeah. I'll be back in a few minutes. Let's respect the grind. That is absolutely respect the grind. I'm gonna try. Yeah. It really is astounding how much how much experience does it actually take to clear this level. Yeah, so it really is. It really is about the halfway point, isn't it? Because I've gained 100. I was at 50k experience total before I started, and I've gained 250 through this thus far. Yeah, I think you know what, for construction, I probably should do mahogany homes because that also gets me the plank sack. I still have to get the planks, but if I get a construction contract, I can get an idea of what level I should be doing planks at, and I guess I could just stay at the woodcutting guild and cut the levels. Like, I have a pretty high woodcutting level. So that's actually not a terrible idea, all things considered. Biggest problem is getting out to the. I'm running out. I really need to get mounted teleports because my lack of teleports is one of the most miserable things in this game right now. Oh yeah, now Mark of Grace. Lap complete. It's interesting, like, there's definitely a hard limit of how fast you can gain experience, but the method, as the methods go change, it keeps going on and on. It's an interesting feeling. Like, I definitely want to get to Sears Village. My mind is, you know, like, it's definitely nice to just feel your mind kind of just slowing down, which is kind of where I'm at. Plus, I'm stuck home this weekend because the Puerto Rico parade is happening. So trying to go anywhere would be absolute hell on earth. Or not Puerto Rico Pride, it's just the Puerto Rico parades. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of mulling life right now, for better or worse. I mean, I wonder from with my stats how far away I am actually from a fire cape. Probably, like I said, base 70s would probably be a real happy place to be. I could probably achieve it. Because base 70s would also give me access to Prif as long as I did all the quests. I think I've run out of witty banter. We're just, right now we're literally watching the ultimate form of Progress Bar Simulator. You've been playing for a while, consider taking a break from your screen. Yeah, it's probably good advice, RuneScape. I mean, I don't think it's natural for a human to basically stare at a screen for this long. Now, granted, it's LCD, I've got the brightness down, and I'm sitting far away, and I'm not reading, so it's not eye strain. Is it better than just watching television? I mean, like, at least here in the US, we don't seem to classify watching television or listening to radio as quote-unquote bad, but I mean, because it's interactive, is it that much more addicting? I mean, again, I go back to the case of Mildred in Fahrenheit 451. Still, 250,000, you know, 100,000 XP is a good, happy feeling. I do wonder if doing Typh Farm to unlock the stuff in the farming guild is the way to go. Because then, if I had all the seeds to basically do everything in the farming guild, because those patches are disease-free, I really wouldn't have to think about it. It would just basically happen. Because the way you make 99s effortless is that you just do something when you log in, and you go about it. Like, farm runs, I have to prepare my inventory and such, but if I had everything in the seed vaults, I really do want to get farmers and master farmers. And that's lap 236 complete. I think right now I'm just respecting the grind for what it is. A grind. The quiet RuneScape grind with the music. I'm actually curious if this is going to get a copyright strike. I assume not. Although, because a lot of RuneScape content creators use this music. Because it is the actual music from the game. I mean, worst that'll happen is I get a content strike. It's a content claim. It's not even a strike. There is no penalty for it. And if if I'm not going to get revenue sharing, I'm not going to get revenue sharing. It's fine. $14, $15. Ooh, another Mark of Grace. I wonder where... I'm pretty sure, if I remember, if you don't do it at Canifest, from what I read on the wiki, kind of regret reading it on the wiki, but it would... I think you're almost past Seer Village before you'll get the Graceful outfit, but it's not going to help me here. I'm staying at full run. So... What is it past Seer Village? Like, what is the next course past that? Like, what do I get at 70? Pond of Nietzsche, as well as the caves south of Dorgeshen. I don't know what those caves are. The Brimhaven course I've tried before. I actually like that one, but I still want the Marks of Grace. So 70, okay, so at 70 I get access to part of God Wars. Oh, so I do have access to Hollow Zuckerberg's floors 1 and 2, so whatever. I still want to get the graceful outfit, so this is still the right call for now. I'm not even sure how you get to, like, I believe that's in Mauritania. I think it's in Slep. Sins of the Father. Where is that? The hollowed... I probably have to look it up on the wiki. Maybe it's in Bergedara. I'm pretty sure it's in Mauritania. Like, hold on. Is there a list of, like, agility, agility trading? I'm just curious where that is. I don't actually know where it is in the map. Barbarian Outpost. That's Gnome Stronghold. That's Prifidus. That's the Elf lands. Werewolf and Canifus. I'm gonna have to look that up in the wiki where that is, because it's apparently it's a decent way of, like, the loot from it's actually pretty good. I have to look up what the graceful outfit. I think full graceful. $260 for the full outfit. Now each piece does help, but there is also a set bonus. How many pieces? How many Marks of Grace? So I picked up 38 this session. So I think I'm about 2/3 of the way to the outfit, and that's just gonna make everything else go better, because weight reduction is, like, being able to run with logs would be amazing. Even with the run changes that are coming up, because at least then I don't have to worry about run energy if I have to run long distance. It's basically one of the biggest things for Ironman. But it's nice as well. I was actually reading through the wiki on the side, because it really... It's surprising how little attention you actually need to pay to do this. Like, you have to give it every few seconds, but apparently the human mind is actually quite good at this. And there's a lot of people, like, who can play multiple RuneScape accounts at once. Alright, we're 35% of the way. And there's another Mark of Grace. See, the biggest problem is that the main way to get the stuff for stamina potions is trading in Marks of Grace. So they're actually they're valuable in the sense that you can get a couple of million, but I think Hall Zuckerberger, or I'm probably saying that completely wrong, is the first moneymaker you can actually get with the agility skill, but I am assuming until I get to, like, level 3. Like, I do actually want to see... agility, graceful, other courses, winter taught, training methods. Okay, so it is in Dockmeyer, and you need Sins of the Father. That's actually a really decent reason to go further in Mauritania, honestly. There's a lot of things in Mauritania that can make my life easier. The problem is that getting to Mauritania sucks, and I don't usually keep my account anywhere close to there, so I'm thinking the ferry ring to Mauritania open is the best option. There is... because also getting access to Port Phasmatis... I am just blah. I am deep blah. I am 40% of the way to my goal. I'm about 6 on the paid scale. Maybe I overexercised today. I really want, like... I mean, even agility is visually not even all that interesting. It really is just a matter of how much you can stay dialed in. There's almost a sense of guilt, like, shouldn't I be using this time quote-unquote productively? I'm really sorry. I'm kind of just losing myself in the sound of the game right now. It is kind of amazing how my viewership just kind of dropped off and turned into pumpkins at midnight. Yeah, I really do. It does look like, looks like 270. I definitely. That's the 50.1% mark. So 23 laps to finish the level. It is an impressively long grind, but it shouldn't be too bad. I apologize. Just, you know, the end is, you know, it's that motivation to go that little bit further. Also, happy 420, folks. I'm just kind of stretching my back out right now. Okay, 20 laps to go. The end of the grind is in sight. 251. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be 270 right on the dot. Yeah, I am properly tired. Fortunately, it's just 30 minutes and then we're done. You really don't appreciate how long it is until you just do it in kind of an unbroken stretch. Like, it reminds me of how death by overwork, which it happens in Japan. I mean, it happens here as well, but it's a more documented phenomenon in Japan. Like, if you feel like this and then you would go for another 8 hours, like, I know that I'm only going for another half hour, and it's because I just want this goal done, because I'm going to feel really crummy if I leave it short. I think what I'm going to do is tomorrow morning I'm going to live stream. I don't know what I would stream. I could do more agility. And then I think what I want to do is I need to pack for a while, and then I'll probably do some Rust coding. Like, I might actually see if streaming more than one day, more than once in a day, is viable. I'm going to unlist this stream, though. Like, I almost wonder if I should unlist some of my older streams. 8,000 XP to go. It doesn't seem like that much, but you know, like when you're already tired. I mean, but it's no different than doing actual exercise. Like when you're trying to get that last bit of mile, like after a 60-mile day on your bike. I'm actually. It just motivated me to go up and do a few more squats to try and burn off the last bit of energy. Because, damn it, I am tired of being overweight. I know I can lose this weight. In fact, I can move my mic up like this, and I can even talk nice and easily while I'm standing. Like, you know what? I really should make more of an effort to stand in the mornings. Or just stand in general. Like, I almost wonder if I should get a standing desk. I've never considered getting one before. Actually, yeah, that might be a decent community question. It will definitely feel good to have this graceful outfit. Just need to not lose it, but that should be easy. $256. Nah, I'm not in the mood to do a maze. I mean, the maze random can give you a bunch of runes, but like I said, all I want to do right now is run in circles. Yeah, I definitely think total ruin, total level is probably one of the next things I want to work towards. I definitely have some low-hanging fruit in that regard. See here, because if I can pick if I can make bowstrings, trying to figure the easiest way I can get bowstrings. I believe I can spin them myself from flax, which I could just pick. And then if I just deposit. That being said, I should be able to buy a bunch of flax off the Grand Exchange real cheap. Or I could probably get it as a drop. I mean, Zora drops a lot of flax. And flax isn't particularly hard to come by. Alright, let's do that. Do that. Actually, you know, that makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. I think the next OSRS stream is basically... It's going to be getting... Because if I do bows, I can basically sell them pretty easily for fletching levels. And fletching should be fast. I really just need to cut the logs and carve them and then deposit them. I can do that basically all in the woodcutting guild. So I think that really comes down to is I need money. I need lots and lots of money, which means smithing basically what I have. Okay. 78% on the way through this level. 260 laps. So we should end this right at 270. All right. $4.9K rebating. 9 laps to go. Oh, it's almost there. It literally, the end is almost in sight. 70 agility is the highest quest requirement. Because ultimately I think I want to smith all my bars at Blast Furnace. I think I have to be 60 smithing to do that. So that being said, I can also get a lot of bag of gems if I just keep mining. I still need the full prospector outfit, which is going to be a grind in and of itself, so I might as well spend more time at Motherlode Mine. Because it's going to be really satisfying to smith all those ores when the time comes. That being said, I can kind of use the money now. So what is the easiest way? I think, yeah, actually, I think I like the idea of seeing how much money I can make with fletching. That being said, if I cash in the ores now, I could buy quite a few upgrades for the account. Like I could get a better pickaxe instead of just a rune one. Because I don't even know where I'd get a dragon one, but I could buy one. I have the mining level for it. I just don't have the attack level to wield it. But I don't. I can afford an inventory slot. All right. And that concludes lap 264. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. I am back. I really need to do some PVM content. I just don't know what content to do. I think Barrows is probably a good place to start, although Perilous Moons should also be doable at this point. That being said, Barrows... Mauritania is basically the first area you can unlock from the starting area. And it has a lot of adventure and such, so I do think that makes a lot of sense if I'm going to start anywhere, is Barrows. Perilous Moons is just a quest to do it, which would unlock Valamore. Okay. That's 5 laps to go. Oh, I actually missed that one. I haven't missed an obstacle in a while. I am... Okay. Four laps to go. And that's about to come free as we come around this final bend. Oh, man. I mean, you know, there's people that play, like... there's a category... I've heard it referred to on our channel as Special Snowflake Ironman account, which is, like, ones that play with real weird restrictions. But, I mean, like, there's accounts that have played just locked to the Falador area. And God knows how many times they went around these rooftops. Especially, you know, when you think about people on the high scores. I mean, I've only been here for 5 hours, give or a little less than that. Well, actually, no, I say 5 hours because I've done some of this...separately. How close are we? We are 1,000, a little less than 1,000 XP. There's the jump. Okay. 2 laps to go. I don't know, I just have some... I'm having some very deep emanations on the void, which I'm not sure I want to share with chat tonight. It's kind of thinking about purpose of life stuff. Like, what is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of existence? Do we as a species only exist to propagate ourselves? Is there a greater purpose, or is there no purpose? Alright. This is the final lap. 266 experience. So it's 28. So we should finish it about just short of the lap. $156 experience left. 27. $69. Nice. Less experience left. 56 there. 15. So right after we jump this. Your agility level is now 60. You now may use the Werewolf and Sears Village courses, jump pillars in the Winter Todd's prison, access the God Wars dungeon via the agility route, jump the estuary in Moss La Harmless, and the stepping stones within the tomb of Amascus. All right, that is like I said, that is a useful level. So let me finish this. Lap, and let's just do one lap around Sears Village to end it. All right, and that is lap 250. So let's so the Camelot teleport should be right there. Oh, I just saw there was a Mark of Grace there. I don't really want to go back and get it. It's fine. Yeah, so here's Sears Village. Here's the bank. How many Marks of Grace do I have right now? I have 45 right now. So, yep, there's the start of the course. Here we go, Marks of Grace. So I have 157 Marks of Grace, so I still need another 100. So let's just run this course, though. So we climb up here. We jump over. Oh, we failed it. All right, let's get a success on this agility course. Okay, we succeeded. We jump here. It's a lot of water veins and stuff up here. Oh, yep, there's our first lap. So you come out here at the cemetery, and then where does the course restart? Okay, so it's up there. Okay, so that's actually a pretty short course. Which is probably why the experience rates are as high as they are. So, looking at the agility skill, what comes next? So, after this, we continue to Ponanich, and then all the way to Relica, and then Ardoin at 90. And that also finishes an achievement diary for this area, which is something I definitely need to work on. I've got Ardoin 1. I've got most of Falador. I think I have all the skills. Yeah, I just have to actually do it. Yeah. Yeah, Falador easy, and I think for Rock easy, I have all the skills. Maybe even also, like Wilderness easy. Yeah. Alright, I think... Yep. Well, at this point, I'm at the end of it, so I think I'm going to wrap it up because I've been playing for 5 hours and I'm dead tired. I might actually live stream more tomorrow morning when I get up because I find it a better way to start the day. So this is your host, End Commander, signing off. I am going to unlist this VOD, and I probably will do that with future RSOS streams. But I will catch you all later. Until next time, this is your host, End Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day.